And looking, going for it all towards the end zone. Terrace Marshall, left corner, touchdown, Tigers! Pistol formation, Brennan looking, rolling to his right. Here comes pressure, throws as he falls down and grabbed in the end zone. Eric Gilbert, touchdown, Tigers!
LSU football on Eagle 98.1, the flagship home of the Tigers. Tonight from Vanderbilt Stadium in Nashville, it's your defending champion LSU Tigers and the Vanderbilt Commodores. Now, live from the Mercedes-Benz of Baton Rouge studios, here's Charles Hannegriff and Jordy Collada.
And a pleasant good afternoon to you as we get you ready for the Tigers and the Commodores in game number 2 of the 2020 season. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Charles Hannegriff along with Jordy Collada. Musso and Paul O'Neill on the board here today as the Tigers and the Commodores will square off. LSU comes in with a record of 0-1, the rare opening loss to start the 2020 season. LSU lost to Mississippi State last week in Tiger Stadium, 44-34. The Tigers gave up an SEC record 623 yards through the air, and Miles Brennan had, let's call it a little bit of an up and down start to his LSU career as a starter, throwing for 350 yards, but at times looking tentative and throwing 2 interceptions. LSU last week was without their best player, cornerback Derek Stingley. He is expected to return today. The Tigers will have some missing players in some other spots, which we'll talk about. But, Jordy, it seemed to me that as the week went along, the more you heard from Ed Ogeron, the madder he got. That every rewatching of the film reminded him of something that they didn't do. But the thing that got to him the most by the time you got to Thursday was he had decided that after looking at the film that many times that LSU had not given maximum effort. And there was a lot of things that you can forgive and a lot of things that you can fix, but loafing ain't one of them.
He called it loafs, and it sounded like he graded on a scale that was pretty fierce after watching the film this week. Yes, his message seemed like it was sent to his football team, and that's what I'm looking for today, the bounce-back game. Charlie, I heard you say it this week on Hanging with Hester and Hanny, that if LSU could have scripted the next 2 weeks of their schedule, knowing the outcome of the first game, knowing they had to bounce back, they would probably put Vanderbilt and Missouri back-to-back just to get right. Well, here they go, a trip to Nashville today, and they will have Derek Stingley Jr. ready to go, it seems like. That alone, I think, helps the mentality of this team. Last week, they were off from just a mindset. It looked like they were 2.5 clicks slow, whether it was on offense with Miles Brennan or whether it was the defensive backs in the backfield, in the defensive backfield, chasing all day long. So I think from a mindset this week, they were better prepared going into today's game. There's not as much adversity as they faced last Saturday morning. So I look for this Tiger team to bounce back, to play healthy, to play fast today against Vanderbilt with this 6:30 start.
Vanderbilt also comes in with a record of 0-1. They dropped their season opening game at Texas A&M by a score of 17-12. The margin surprised a lot of people. Vanderbilt went into that game a 31-point underdog and hung with Texas A&M largely on the fact that they were able to make the Aggies fumble 5 times. Texas A&M lost 3 of those, and well, Vanderbilt was right there with a chance to win the game in the fourth quarter. They came up a little bit short. That will happen to Vanderbilt from time to time. But at the very least, a freshman quarterback that we don't know a lot about, but a defense that stood up pretty well last week against Kellen Mond. They did allow an awful lot of yards on the ground to Isaiah Spiller. For an LSU team, Jordy, that wants to run the football today to help Miles Brennan out, and you saw them translate a little bit of that into the second half where they went more runs on first down than they had in the first half by about a 2.5-1 margin. Today would seem to be the type of defense that gave up almost 7 yards a carry last week. That's what the doctor ordered for LSU.
They will get a boost. Dimitri Moore, their leading tackler from last season, will be back in the lineup. He missed last week's trip to Texas A&M dealing with an injury that he had suffered in the offseason. It looks like he was back at practice this week, and he'll be checked to go. This team has a pass rush, Charlie, and LSU has some question marks on the offensive line, specifically on the outside at left tackle on Dare Rosenthal. It's something that Ogeron has talked about really all week. He mentioned it Tuesday morning on Off the Bench, and then on his radio show Wednesday night, continued to say that Dare was probable. Then on Thursday in his last meeting with the press, said he really was kind of waiting to hear what the status was going to be of Rosenthal. If not, it'll be Cam Wire, who has not made a start. He's a former 4-star offensive tackle out of East Ascension High School in Gonzales. It'll be a big spot for him and a big opportunity against the Vanderbilt defense that made some noise last week. You mentioned the rush defense, but they do have a pass rush on the edge, so they will be a challenge for this offensive line that struggled at times last week. This is an offensive line that gave up 7 sacks last weekend against Mississippi State.
We'll look at the game from all angles. Gordy Rush is in Nashville. We'll do Skull Session with him. LSU Athletic Director Scott Woodward will make his weekly appearance. Chris Lee from VandySports.com visited with Matt Moscona. Mike Detillier doing his scouting report. Shea Dixon will be with us for recruiting. Jimmy Otto will be by to give you some picks on the 2:30 games and the later games. We'll hear from the head coach. We'll hear from lots of LSU players, and we'll go up to Nashville multiple times to let you know what's going on. So let's get it started here. The Tigers and the Commodores. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day Skull Session. Presented by Robinson Brothers Ford Lincoln on Airline. Under the giant American flag. Now here's Charles Hannegriff. And from the LSU Sports Radio Network, Gordy Rush.
And we'll go up to Nashville. Gordy Rush will be on the sidelines today for LSU and Vandy. G, how was the trip?
Hey, good trip. Beautiful weather. I mean, Chamber of Commerce up here. Nice jacket weather, 60 degrees. And beautiful day for some football. Weird feeling compared to last year at this time where Broadway was packed with purple and gold. 30,000 LSU fans traveled. Not quite the number with the COVID and limited people, if any, tonight in Vanderbilt Stadium.
They've been a little bit vague about what they're going to do as far as letting kids in the stadium. They're going to let some students in. Nobody seems to know exactly how many, so we'll we'll take a look when we kick it off. Gordy, let's start with the LSU offense. A week ago, they put up 27 points, really 24 points if you want the field goal off the turnover. Miles Brennan, the good news was he threw for 350 yards. The bad news was he looked tentative at times. So once you went back and looked at the film, what did you think of what LSU did offensively a week ago?
Yeah, so I know a lot of people have come to his defense and what have you with the statistics that he put up versus a lot of other LSU quarterbacks in their first game. And that's fine. And, look, nobody expects you for Miles Brennan to become Joe Burrow, right? Overnight, certainly. When I looked at the film, I looked at a tentative, not confident, or just not anything that inspired. That was inspiring. I'm trying to find the words for it, and I talked a little bit about it on CST. In that I've seen Miles Brennan numerous scrimmages over the years. I've seen him against Northwestern State a year ago. I've seen him in some places where he was much more confident. He set his feet. He let it rip, and we didn't see this in this game. He looked like he double clutched a lot. He reset a couple times. My thing going into this game is I think the biggest key for LSU in this game is for Miles Brennan to let it rip, and hopefully that confidence will inspire this offense a little bit because everybody's looking for him, and when he's tentative and he's apprehensive, I think it has an effect on everybody.
Gordy, what'd you make of the offensive line play, and how much did that go into maybe Brennan playing tentatively?
Yeah, Jordy, that's a great point. There was enough to go around, right? Obviously, the offensive line didn't execute. A lot of times they had some times where they didn't execute. They had some stunts. And they were able to read some things. They just didn't block it correctly. And then, of course, you had the receivers that had drops. So there's enough blame to go around. I'm just saying from Brennan sets the tone for that offense, and he's got to play with more confidence this week.
Follow up on that offensive line. Dare Rosenthal throughout the week has been ruled, they didn't know, questionable. Yeah. It was going to be a game-time decision. Is there any update on Rosenthal? And if he does not go, what do you know about Cam Wire?
From what I'm hearing, he's going to play. Rosenthal, indeed, is going to play. But I think from what we're as we're putting the depth chart together, I think we're expecting Cam Wire to start. But good news is I think Rosenthal is available if they need him.
Gordy, last week in the first half, LSU had 14 first down plays. They threw it 10 times and they ran it 4. In the second half, they had 24 first downs. They threw it 14 and ran it 10. So it seemed like as the game wore on, there was more of a determination to run the football, and that's something that Ed Ogeron talked about during the week. Given that Vanderbilt gave up right at 7 yards a carry last week to Texas A&M, a lot of that to Isaiah Spiller, are we expecting a more run-heavy dose this week?
Yeah, I think so because of that film that they have on A&M, and then the second half of the LSU game against Mississippi State, I thought where Brendan looked most comfortable was off the play action, especially a lot of the zone reads in the A zone, the inside zone reads, where he was able to set his feet and plant and throw with some confidence. So, yeah, absolutely. I think they've got to be able to establish a run, and I think the one that they need to do that for an offense, too, I think that's going to help Miles' confidence.
Gordy, what'd you make of the wide receivers? And I know when you go back and watch film, you really watch route running and how these guys get off the line of scrimmage. What'd you make of this group?
Well, that's a great question, Jordy, because here's what I'll tell you about, a lot of people have said, well, LSU misses Joe Brady. And where, offensively there were some things different schematically. There wasn't the motion that we saw a year ago, but a lot of the linemen, a lot of the routes really were the same. Where I think they were potentially missing was the attention to detail and in the route running and the executing in the passing game. Now, I'm going to put 50% on that on new personnel, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, you lose Chase, you lose Jefferson, you lose Burrow, you're not going to be as crisp. But, little things like Terrence Marshall not running a slant and getting it to the yardstick, and he eventually got that first down, but the fact that it was even close, those were things that you wouldn't have seen a year ago. So I think that by and large you have a lot of ability, but it's the same sort of learning curve that I think that Brennan's going through. First game out, you get to play an SEC defense in Mississippi State, who I thought did a great job disguising things and giving some different looks to LSU. That's where they need to clean up their precision. That LSU passing game last year was known for its precision.
And a lack of drops. Drops was something that was a problem in 18. It was not a problem in 19. It was a problem in week 1. Is there any rhyme or reason to why?
No, I mean, I guess first game jitters, right? And going under live action, not getting a Texas San Antonio to do so. But it certainly, to me, it shouldn't be for repetition. They've had the elongated fall practice schedule, and while you haven't been able to hit, you would think that you would be able to execute in 7-on-7 situations because they haven't had quite the limitations as tackles.
Eric Gilbert had one big play in the game on Saturday, the sort of the bailout touchdown on a ball that was put up for grabs. At other times, he looked a little bit tentative when he was asked in pass protection to do some things. He's a big, big talent. I know they want to get him involved. What are you expecting from him today?
Yeah, I think he could have a big game this evening. And, go back to what we talked about. I think for LSU to be successful, they've got to be able to run the football. And I think the easiest way to get Miles comfortable is play action and things that potentially are inside the hashes and not have to throw the riskier passes outside the hashes. So it all adds up for Gilbert. You combine that with the fact that going in he's not going to be a great blocker, right, with the career that he had coming out of Georgia. So to me, I think flexing him and forcing a Vanderbilt linebacker at least to walk out in the space and put that linebacker in some sort of run-pass limbo where he's got to play run first, and you've got a freak athlete in Gilbert that can make something happen behind it. I like Gilbert in this football game, and I hope they utilize him that way.
Well, flip sides of the ball, we'll talk about the LSU defense against the Vandy offense when we come back. We're brought to you by your local Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we've faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
Eagle 98.1.
Brought to you by your local Super Chevy dealers, Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Skull session for the LSU defense against the Vanderbilt offense. We go back up to Nashville and Gordy Rush. Gordy, it was ugly last week. You had an SEC record amount of yards given up. And to compound the problem, Ed Orgeron talked about just a lack of effort, loafing. While they looked at the film, got to the end of the week, and seemed like he was a little bit more perturbed by Thursday than he was even after the game. So when you looked at the film study, and we know they didn't have Derek Stingley Jr., but what did you see?
Well, yeah, I saw a defensive secondary, a young, inexperienced secondary that really I thought played with poor technique and got victimized a little bit. I think that was some of it. I think that, I was really incredulous at how Bo Pelini stuck to, and by the way, I'm on Broadway if you hear the Garth Brooks song going on, right? I'm sorry. Anyway, I just couldn't believe that he stuck with that man free. Not only played as much man free that he didn't mix in zones, and then they just showed it and rolled up those cornerbacks and played press coverage. And that being said, I would also, add in some of the loafs and the pursuit on the football. I thought the front seven played well back into the secondary. I think there's just an education of what it takes to play in the SEC in college football, and they weren't there yet, and that was exposed. The good thing for LSU, I think that the front seven is tremendous. You get Stingley back, and I think the secondary is fine. You get Stingley back, and Stevens goes from playing a 3-tech and playing in the box last week to this week. He'll probably be back on a hash. And I think the defense is kind of easily fixed. That combined with the Bo Pelini certainly had to eat some humble pie, and I think he'll get back to a little bit better mix of what he's trying to get done defensively. But it was a disappointing performance, no doubt about it. And I'm with you. The effort once you saw the film, the effort, for instance, Kylan Hill's touchdown pass that he got, there were 3 loafs on that play. Cox had a loaf on it, Ricks had a loaf, and one of the other defensive backs coming in. All 3 of them should have run him down from behind, even if Harris had not made or had made that tackle. They were 2 to 4 yards away, and they all let up when Harris was there, and you never do that. And so I saw exactly what he was talking about on film.
What's your evaluation of Ali Gay after week 1?
Oh, he's incredible. Wow, Jordy. I mean, obviously the stats talk for themselves, but on the field, he's whatever he is, 6'5", 6'6", and all of it. I mean, he's an impediment. He's in the way. All he's got to do is get his hands up. Obviously, he's a tremendous athlete for his size. And go back to what I said earlier. I'm fine with the way that the front seven played, and I think the front seven has a lot of potential.
Gordy, is there anything to the idea that Bo Pelini was reluctant to change defenses last week because of the personnel in the places that he had them? For instance, Flott had practiced all week in the slot and was moved outside. Jay Ward was coming off of an injury, really wasn't expected to play very much. Darren Evans wasn't expected to play very much, and they all had to. Anything to that theory?
I think that in this day and age, more kids come through the high school ranks playing man than they do zone, and it's harder to play maybe teach zone than it is man. Okay, so I think there's something to that. What I don't buy into is you can Google how to stop Mike Leach's offense, and when you see the way that Washington approaches, everybody plays cover 2 man or cover 2 zone, a 2 shell, if you will, or some sort of stick zone. You let him do all the mesh routes underneath. You beat the living crap out of the wide receivers. When they get to the red zone, the field tightens up. They kick field goals. And so, Mike Leach was able to put in a new offense and run basically 6 to 10 plays in Tiger Stadium. I think you could have had them prepared to run some sort of zone, even if it was quarters, even if it was 2 shell. And I just think he got sucked into the feast or famine of getting after him. And there was a lot of feast. They had 5 turnovers, right? You mentioned, Ali Gay had a tremendous game. You were putting heat on him. There was a lot of negative plays, but the positive plays obviously greatly outweigh the negative plays.
Charlie, we expect to see Jaquelin Roy today. Orgeron mentioned it this week on his radio show, then again on Thursday. What did you make of the defensive line play? And then I know I'm looking forward to see these two true freshmen in Guillory and Roy step into the rotation. What do you expect them to add?
Yeah, I'm with you too, Jordy. I've heard and seen a little bit of both of them, and not to mention, I think Joe Evans is a fantastic player as well. Look, we didn't see him last week. LSU played mostly dime, and half the game they went in a bandit package in which I mentioned Stevens played, or rather Andre Anthony played a little bit of 3-tech. Stevens was down in the box. They went small with Gay and Trevez Moore at times, and they just went with some pass rushers because who they're playing. So I think this is the first time we'll see some real base personnel and maybe some nickel package. So I look forward to seeing these guys because Vanderbilt with Todd Fitch, who comes from was with Skip Holtz for a number of years in Connecticut and South Florida and East Carolina. He's to spread the run. You guys got a true freshman quarterback. You're going to need to stop the run.
All right, so let's talk about what A&M was able to do, or A&M was able to do against Vandy last week. They ran it for about 7 yards a pop.
Yeah, and they ran the ball up and down the field. They had 3 key turnovers. They actually put the ball on the ground 5 times, and they didn't convert in key third down situations. So, yeah, I think LSU is going to get the spread and the football out. They're going to establish a run and try to get Miles comfortable with some play action. But yes, I think running the ball, especially with be interesting to see Curry's status because he was limited in the second half, and I saw him a little bit on the exercise bike in the second half. But, I expect to see a lot of Davis Price and Emory tonight.
What about the second level, Gordy, last week? What did you make of the linebacker play?
I thought the linebacker play was outstanding, and I thought there was some tough spots that they put him in. Cox, for instance, on Hill's touchdown pass on that swing pass, Cox was flanked to the quarterback's left, and on the other side, Hill, the running back, was on the left of the quarterback, and on the other side was Cox, and so he already had a 4-step head start on him. And so schematic-wise, I think he was putting some challenging spots, and then for whatever reason, there was time Clark, a middle linebacker who's your thumper, had some man-to-man. But I thought they did an excellent job playing the run, and I'll go back to what I kind of said all week. I think this LSU defense is easily fixable. They get Stingley back. I think you make some changes schematically to what you do, and I think the personnel is going to be just fine.
Mindset. It's been a long week, and they've certainly heard about it from the coaches, from the fans, from their peers. What do you think mindset-wise?
Yeah, I don't know on LSU's part. I mean, so you got a lot of young people that are coming to play their first time. But what I do know is that, Vanderbilt comes into this playing with a lot of confidence. A lot of people felt like Derek Mason, he was done. So with this COVID year, he just needs a couple wins, show some improvement. He should be back next week. They go down to College Station, and they brought a lot of energy and a lot of the, they were aggressive down there. And so I think the concern that I have tonight is you're going to have an empty stadium. And how is this LSU team going to respond the first time they've had adversity in 2 years and maybe ever for some of these players? And then you got Vanderbilt that's going to come in with a chip on their shoulder. So they've got something to prove. And Mason obviously has them drinking the Kool-Aid, what he's serving. So I'm interested to see how the emotion of this goes with no fans in the stands.
Gordy, thanks a lot. Have a safe trip back, and we'll talk to you either in post-game or next week.
Okay, guys. Take care.
Gordy Rush up in Nashville on Broadway. We got a few questions out of the Bayou Ford chat. One of them is about John Emery. We used more in the past game today. From what Gordy said, there may be less Chris Curry. So less Chris Curry by definition means more Ty Davis-Price and John Emery.
It was surprising for me last week to see Emery being used to run between the tackles. That to me says that he's the most developed back, or gives them the more options. He probably does the most good, right? When you talk about the 3 of those guys, it's a talented room, but it looks like at the end of the day, Emery may possess the most in a skill set and can stay on the field for all 3 downs. I look for them to maybe start that process today.
Here's another one. Who'll be starting opposite Stingley, and who'll be at the nickel spot. Eli Ricks on the other side, and Cordell Flott in the slot. And after that, the guys that played last week will be back. You'll have Darren Evans back there. You'll have Jay Ward back there. We had a question about Radarius Jones. I think he's further down the pecking order.
I was wondering on Rodarius Jones this week, because you would imagine that everybody would have gotten a rep last week, especially before Jay Ward to go out there on one leg. I'm curious to see. Dwight McLaughlin was another name last week. Jordan Tolles was somebody that I thought we would see. And I look for Mo Hampton to have a bounce-back game. He's a guy that needs to step up in coverage as well.
We'll come back. Jimmy Ott will talk with us about the 2:30 games and the night games. This is brought to you by your local Super Chevy dealers, Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we've faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Do you know someone who sets a good example for all of us to follow? Someone who, without being asked, shows leadership, selflessness, and service to their community? We believe that's the definition of a good citizen, and so does Citizens Bank and Trust.
So, if you know someone that sounds like what Jordy was just describing, nominate them to be your good citizen, and they'll have a chance to win $500 from Citizens Bank and Trust. Plus, we'll mention him right here on the show. So go to citizensbankandtrust.com for more details and nominate your good citizen.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Otterlocks. Presented by Edward Jones. Edward Jones, making sense of investments. Now, here's Jimmy Ott.
And we bring in Jimmy Ott to take a look at the 2:30 slate of games and the late games. But, Jimmy, first of all, good afternoon.
Hey, Charlie, what's going on, buddy?
Well, we're watching the early games wind down here. Looks like Tennessee is going to win and cover. South Carolina trying to hang around and cover in this game. They've got a 14-point deficit. They were catching 15, maybe a 15 and a half. TCU, who was a double-digit underdog, has the outright lead late in the third quarter against Texas. What caught your attention in the early slate?
Well, the first thing is, before they kicked off today, and this line with Florida and South Carolina was around 17.5, 18 all week. It dipped 17 last night, and then a heavy play on South Carolina immediately put it at 15, and that's where it went off. And so South Carolina's had their chances in this one. Trask is another big day. Kyle Pitts, again, I think he's cited in the country. He's got now 6 touchdowns and counting. Trask has, 3 or 4 touchdowns. It's just a lot more. And he's gotten better, Charlie. I mean, he was, I thought immediately he was a better option than Felipe Franks, but he's gotten better. It's coming out of his arm quicker, and he's just decisive. And, man, he's not a super talent, but kind of what Miles Brennan might want to look at, man. Look how this guy is getting rid of it. Look how he's decisive, and it's a different. This is a different look to this Florida offense. Now they're getting ready to punt. 8 minutes to go, so you do have South Carolina plus the 15. You might be in decent shape right here because they just cut it to. They had to convert a 4th down, but they just cut it from 38-17 to 38-24. West Virginia is on top of Baylor early, 14-7. 10 minutes to go. They're driving as well. A little bit of a push on that one also as some West Virginia money came in. Aranda's team was 3 most of the time. It went down to 1 in that one. But 3 West Virginia turnovers in the first 2.5 quarters has kept Baylor around. But West Virginia on top and driving now as they face a 4th and 3 now with 9.5 minutes to go. And TCU overcame a fumble. They fumbled up 23-21, but Texas could not do anything with it. They had to punt it back. So TCU with the ball, the longest, 2-hour first half, Charlie, with no weather delays in Austin in that one.
Let's take a look at the 2:30 games. A&M and Alabama. A lot of people are just all over Alabama in this game, given Texas A&M's opening game against Vanderbilt wasn't all that impressive as a 31-point favorite. We're also seeing an interesting game, I think, between SMU and Memphis. Memphis hasn't played in a month. This has actually been one to change favorites during the week. Jimmy, and Memphis was a favorite. Now SMU is a 2-point choice. And Ole Miss and Kentucky go at 3 o'clock on the SEC Network.
Yeah, you talked about that SMU Memphis game, and that was this morning, Charlie, where it was this morning when the sportsbooks opened. It was Memphis was still a 1-point favorite, so a lot of action on SMU in that. When you talked about Alabama, we knew this thing was going to go up. Nobody can get that. It's kind of overreaction, and there's been some. Whether it was Texas Tech, we overreacted to them struggling against Houston Baptist. They had Texas beat last week. We may have overreacted to Kansas State losing to Arkansas State. They come back and beat Oklahoma. So what's real and what's overreaction? The only thing where it might be real at A&M, Kellen Mond's had a long time to get better. But how long have we talked about this in the first week of college football? Especially don't overreact to ugly offensive football. So real mystery right there. But there's no mystery on who they're playing. This thing opened up 17 and was there, and then it went to 17.5, talking about Alabama and A&M. And now it's at 19 here in Natchez as we speak, 18.5. I thought it was going to go higher. I really did, because 90% of the action is on Alabama. They saw them up 35-3 before they called the dogs up in Missouri. I'm not crazy about that game, but I do like the Kentucky Ole Miss matchup. And we had Auburn last week. I gave you and Jordy Auburn last week. We won it, but Kentucky had some things go against them that made it way more comfortable for Auburn than it should have been or could have been. First of all, the call right before half looked like Kentucky got into the end zone. They compounded by throwing the interception right before half. Then Wilson fumbles in near his own territory. Kentucky had more than 60 yards. I still think it was a little much for them getting less than a touchdown. But, man, this is a senior offensive line. They got a lot of pieces in place. They were able to run the football with some effectiveness against Auburn last week. I like Ole Miss. Listen, all glitz and glamour with Lane Kiffin. They explosive plays. They have it. But that up-tempo even compromises their thin defense as it is. And I like Kentucky to kind of just settle down again. They're up against one of their resource comps in Ole Miss, and they tried to step up with the big boys last week. I think they'll settle down. I think they'll be very good. It's 6.5 over here in Natchez at 3 o'clock.
Jimmy Yach from Game Time with Jimmy Yach on 104.5 ESPN that you can catch 6 to 8 o'clock Monday through Thursday, and then 10 to noon on Fridays for your locks of the week. Jimmy, 20.5 points tonight in Nashville. That's too many, right?
I think so. Yeah, I'm not ready to lay 3 touchdowns with LSU. Here in Natchez, it's actually 22. But the thing is, no, I I got to see a little bit more. Now, listen, LSU's going to be better. I mean, that's when you're going against a team that's throwing 60 times and you lose the best defensive back in the country, that hurts. That hurts a lot. I mean, if LSU was tied in the fourth quarter without Stingley, where would they have been with him? You know, so they could have won with him. No way to prove it, but he's back. But there's a lot of other things that just going to take some time, man. Historic losses, I mean, it takes its toll. It's like body blows. And Chase was the biggest one, if you ask me. So, no, I'm not ready to lay 3 touchdowns without. And look, no crowd at the game hurts LSU. They had 75% of the crowd last year in Nashville. So, I mean, it's no, not ready. But not that I love Vandy in this spot either. I'm just not ready to. If I had to play it, I would take the points.
Jimmy, last week we put you on your heels because the information was coming real time while we were talking to you on Stingley when he was being ruled out. And we were talking about one defensive player, whether it was on Saturday or Sunday, that could affect the line. It looked like Stingley may have pushed it 1.5 points. After seeing that on Saturday and the experience that you have in Vegas, what did you make of that?
Vegas can be stubborn sometimes, Jordy. And that was, I mean, and that's what I've told people. I said, you know, sometimes they get it wrong and they're stubborn. 1.5 is not enough. I'm sorry. The line went from 18 to 16 when Chase opted out. He's more than 2 points, too. And my favorite story of all time was in the offseason, it was one Friday, and Paraloo finally got kicked off the team. And how did I asked the guys in Vegas, how does that affect their win total? It doesn't. Well, you're going to tell me Paraloo is not more valuable than Hatch, you know, in that year? So especially in college, sometimes they're really, really stubborn. And that's where you can gain an advantage because we know very well that guy in 24 is worth more than 1.5 points.
Game tonight between Auburn and Georgia, a game that is traditionally very late in the season, comes early in this one. Jimmy, the number has moved past the pressure point of 7. It went from 6.5 to 7.5. The Dogs are a favorite. We expect to see JT Daniels today. Whether he'll start or not, we don't know. Auburn off the win against Kentucky. What do you think?
You look, man, this is my favorite play of the week, and kind of how that, you know, Charlie, I like to look at misleading scores, and that, the margin of victory from Auburn over Kentucky is not really indicative of how close the game could have been last week. The other thing is, Jamie Newman's opt-out is probably one of the most damaging opt-outs in college football. Even when it was shut down, look, they were working with those receivers. So all of those off-season workouts, all of the reps with the ones, and he opts out. So they give Monken and Kirby credit. They made a switch at halftime, and the 5'11" junior, man, he was good. He was, all of a sudden they had explosive plays. They outscored Arkansas after an early second-half field goal, 32-0, although one was a pick six. And, I think now you got JT Daniels cleared to play too, but the 5'11" junior is going to start, and I like how all of a sudden a real concern for Georgia, they might have a couple of options that may be productive. But I like how they kind of solve their play. Auburn's going to have a hard time scoring against Georgia tonight. Bo Nix, you look at the box score, hey, man, all right, he's improved. 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, a few yards. I didn't see it with my eyes. He's modestly improved, okay? We know he didn't improve much at all, if any, from Oregon to Minnesota from the first to last game last year. So I like Georgia in a big way. I love how they kind of solved I think they solved. I want to overreact to 1 week, but it sure looked like it because they went up and down the field against Arkansas in the second half with the quarterback replacement.
All right. Any games that I missed that you like?
Oh shoot, Charlie! You hit on the ones that I like the most. So that's kind of up. There's one more at 2:30, and that's Texas Tech at Kansas State. Kansas State, they got out first down 28-10 and still won. 4 turnovers to 0. They are the benefit. They benefited against Oklahoma last week. Texas Tech, my goodness, for 57 minutes, they were 15 points better than Texas. So they lost that one. But I think that Kansas State, and listen, the Arkansas State win over Kansas State, that was no fluke. I know they scored the winning touchdown in the last minute, but they controlled that game for most of it. So think a little misleading with that Kansas State win against Oklahoma. It was flukish, and I like Texas Tech to bounce back plus a point or two in Manhattan.
Jimmy Odds Game Time weeknights at 6 o'clock, except on Friday when it's at 10 o'clock. Jimmy?
Yep, Friday and Sunday, Charlie. So 6 to 8 p.m. on Monday through Thursday, and then Fridays and Sundays we're 10 a.m. to noon. Fridays at Rufino's, and right here at Natchez at Magnolia Bluffs at the Sportsbook on Sunday for Football Sunday. Mincy, Rohan, I love when Mincy throws Rohan the Mince Blitz. So Jordy's got a way of finding these nuggets, man, and he found one in Mincy. So we like to have a good time, throw out some action, and it's been a lot of fun. And I appreciate you, Charlie, for filling in for me for EJ's game. So for the next 3 Thursdays,
They did well. They did well. Big win for the Knights on Thursday. That's good.
They're good. They're good this year, and he got about 20 snaps. Believe it or not, first game run out the chute as a freshman. So we're excited, man. We're excited.
Thanks, Jimmy. We'll hear from you guys tomorrow morning for Football Sunday at 10 a.m. and we'll talk to you next week as well.
Good luck to me.
All right. And we'll take a break. Come back here. Brought to you by your Super Chevy dealers, Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front-to-Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but 2 NMEA-certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front-to-Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front-to-Back Boat Services.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Eagle 98.1.
Presented by your local Super Chevy dealers, Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Along with Jordy Collada, I'm Charles Hannegriff. Of all of the sound we got, all of the quotes we got this week, Jordy, from Ed Ogeron, this one caught my attention probably the most.
We addressed on Monday. And we graded the loaves extensively. I watched every piece of film I could, identified every loaf, the players that were loafing. I talked to the players. Some players had 10 loaves. And that's not even the standard, not even close to the standard of what we play at. So, but we graded them hard. It was the first game. They need to learn what's the standard. Every player that had loafs ran after practice on Monday for the loafs. I think you're going to see a difference this week.
This one kind of really, really blew my mind. If you're talking about punishment runs,
well,
I mean, in the words of Jacob Hester, that's Harry High School. Okay, that I asked him, when's the last time you can remember them running in season for not hustling? And he kind of shook his head like, I can't remember that. Jordy, they were in camp for 3 months, basically. I mean, from the non-contact stuff, the no football stuff, to the double camp. Once they got into pads, they have gone through protocols from here to the end of the world. And you would think that this group was ready to play football. I mean, miss assignments, okay. You down some injuries, some guys playing out of position, okay. Not hustling? I didn't get that, man. I just didn't understand.
I think Ogeron and his coaching staff would have gotten on those lines and run those sprints with the guys if they would allowed them to, because I think the whole program went into last Saturday with just a feeling of a lack of energy, right? I mean, you could feel that almost oozing from the sideline. The feeling coming out of the television of what you were watching was just they're going through the motions. They're a step and a half off. They're a click slow. The energy's not there. And then hearing the head coach come back 4 days later after he had watched the film 100 times, seemingly.
Yeah, that was Thursday.
I mean,
we got that, that clip from him.
In the soundbite, he tells you there's no chance he could watch any more film. He's watched it extensively, and he's graded on a loaf. That was played on national media on Thursday afternoon through Friday morning. That was played all over radio shows. It was featured as headlines all throughout websites that follow and track college football. I mean, that gained the attention of national eyeballs and ears when you talk about college football fans. But look, for me, it was refreshing to hear him say it, because your eyes last week told you they just don't look like they want to be there, right? And I think at some point you have to address that.
We used to call it in baseball, sometimes they think the uniforms will win it.
Yep.
You know, you roll it out there. We're LSU and you're not, and we'll just win that way. And that would happen sometimes in some midweek games where, you know, somebody that would come in and beat you that didn't have any business beating you, just say, oh, you just thought the uniforms could win tonight. That's how it felt. And I'll tell you another thing. I have, and I think a lot of people have, I don't know if you have sort of been counting up sure wins, and Mississippi State was one, and so you get an X there. South Carolina was another one that I had put in the win column, put that in the bank. Stop doing that.
Ole Miss?
Yeah, but I'm watching South Carolina.
No, I'm telling you.
They are fighting Florida to the end. Florida's going to win this game. They're up 14 points with 2.5 minutes to go. But South Carolina's driving. They're down right about the 15-yard line. And, Jordy, they're still playing hard. And they played very hard a week ago. Again, Tennessee won impressively today. They played Tennessee all the way to the end. It was a tipped pick six that ended up getting the Vols home. Muschamp's got South Carolina playing hard.
Anybody ever watch the show SEC Inside here in the studio when they go inside of a program the week of preparation? Last week it was South Carolina, and I watched that feature. I was very impressed with Will Muschamp and that crew. I wanted to go in and come out of that not liking them and saying that they were going to get blown out and that they don't have a chance and that this is going to be Muschamp's swan song and he's going to get fired. But you could see the way that he coaches his team. It's a little different because obviously his style of pass just isn't getting it done. But one thing is that they preach and practice this, fighting to the end, not stopping. This is kind of the personality of this program and this team. So to see them still with a minute 46 on the clock in the swamp and them trying to score here to tighten this thing up makes a lot of sense.
You know, they're gonna be 0-2.
Yeah.
And if you just look at that and you say, well, they're 0-2, but it's not a bad looking 0-2. And they're gonna fight you all the way to the end. So if you're an LSU fan, you're just putting that one in the bank, stop. Don't because that one's gonna be everything you want. And I think Muschamp is coaching for his job. You know, maybe the pandemic changes things because of the finances, but I before the pandemic, I certainly thought he was coaching for his job.
I did too. I thought his seat was as hot as anybody in college football. There was some financial information that came out of the university that said seemingly would make it tough, especially with the pandemic, to make that move. But yes, I'm with you. I thought that Muschamp, especially from a conference standpoint, was as vulnerable as anybody as a head coach standpoint. But look, Charlie, we talked about this when the schedule was published, right? I mean, you're talking about 10 straight weeks of SEC games. It's fun for us in the media, and especially in a business like radio, where we're looking for time and content to talk about what wins could look like in the fall. But now you get into the season and you start playing these games and you realistically look at them, it's about to be, I mean, you take the next 2 weeks seemingly out of that conversation, it's going to be 6 weeks of dogfights for LSU. I mean, every single week there is a possibility that you could get beat.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. You'll hear from LSU Athletic Director Scott Woodward, brought to you by your local Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
Hey, football fans, T-Bomb here, reminding you that Hooters is your headquarters for football. If you can't get in, they still got the Hooters girls, the TVs, the wings, the beer, everything you love about game day. But what if you're watching at your house? Maybe having some people over. You don't feel like cooking? Well, great. Hooters, they have your back. You download the Hooters app. You'll get a free app, and then you go and you pick up the food. You bring it home. Everybody loves you because you got Hooters wings, and game day, it's a match made in heaven. Download the app. Get Hooters to go. Hooters, your headquarters for football.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. The Athletic Director Interview. Presented by Dependable Storage. Dependable Storage. Let us store your stuff. DependableStorage.com. Now, here's Charles Sandegriff and LSU Athletics Director Scott Woodward.
And we'll give you a quick update before we go to the interview. Texas has scored to go ahead of TCU. They get the two-point conversion, so it's 29-26. Texas, just under 10 minutes to go in that one. And South Carolina is about to that's going to finish up Florida 38, South Carolina 24. South Carolina pass to the end zone was incomplete, so Florida's going to kneel this out and win it 38-24. Earlier this week, we had a chance to visit with LSU Athletic Director Scott Woodward. LSU Athletic Director Scott Woodward joins us now. Scott, the first week of the regular season, the football didn't go the way the Tigers wanted, but for our conversation, let's start with how the administration handled it and all of the working parts that had to go into putting this game on in Tiger Stadium and how you feel it turned out?
Yeah, Charlie, it was a disappointing outcome, but, outside the lines, we really, really did a nice job, and I'm very, very pleased with the staff and everyone involved in putting together, which in our case is a non-event. There was nothing bad that happened that we could tell, and things we can do a little better. But from our standpoint, it worked well. People listened. They did what they were supposed to do, and we had great compliance, and I was pleased across the board.
I know that you're in contact with all of the other athletic directors through the league. Can you tell us how the week went for the league overall?
Yeah, we had a conference call on Tuesday, and had good experiences. Obviously, I'm a little biased that I think ours was one of the best in the conference, and we've heard reflections of that from the league. But from the most part, it's really good. The only minor thing that we need to work on is masking up inside the stadium. But hey. If that's our only fault, I'll take it. We got, in my opinion, an A instead of an A+.
Scott, I know you guys have used some similar techniques and equipment to what the NFL has used. This week, the first game canceled between Pittsburgh and Tennessee. What, if anything, is the league learning from this and how the NFL handles it?
Frankly, here again, to not sound too arrogant, Charlie, I think we're doing it much better than the NFL, and I think we've thought it out a lot more, and I think we're quickly to act instead of react, testing 3 times a week and doing the things that we've done and practicing and how we do it. I think, frankly, our preparations are superior.
I can't wait to have a conversation with you when we're not talking about COVID, but I do have to ask about this because earlier this week, the NCAA released its core principles of the resocialization of college basketball, and we're closing in on the start of basketball practice. So it seems that the biggest concerns are that with the small size of the basketball teams and them not being in a bubble, that if any of the tier 1, any of the players, coaches, or managers or immediate staff test positive, that the entire team would have to quarantine and thus shut down for 2 weeks. But daily testing could prevent that. Where are you on college basketball as we approach the start of practice?
Yeah, it's a fastly evolving practice, and I think we're getting there and we're learning more. Nothing's definite yet, but I think, from our experience in football and our fall sports, obviously soccer, volleyball, cross country, that we're going to have a jump in what and how we do it, especially with our testing. Charlie, you mentioned it. We've learned a lot, and we've adjusted along the way of how and what we test and what we do. And I think it's gonna allow us to learn from it and to, frankly, do some things a little differently that will help not only contain what we need to contain, but also do some smart, common sense things as far as how we attack our daily and our hourly practices and look at them. And I'm very positive from that standpoint, but it's still evolving. It's not written into stone what and how we're going to do it.
With the sport being inside and with body-to-body contact and with it being at the time of the year that is a normal flu season, do you feel like daily testing is going to be necessary for everyone on the team, and is that possible?
Yeah, it could be. It could be one of the things. Here again, that's outside of my expertise, and I think we're going to really lean on what the our medical advisory panel and Shelley Mullinex and Katie O'Neill come up with as far as how we do it, and they're going to really guide the SEC on what and how we do these things. But we're here again. We're pretty bullish on what and how we're gonna approach this thing because of our past experience in the past few weeks and months.
As with football, there is a concern that other leagues, smaller leagues, may not be able to have the diligent testing that the larger leagues have. So with the season approaching, what is your read right now on how non-conference games will be scheduled, or will you be limited in that area to only major conference, non-conference games?
No, and what we'll do is in our agreements, we'll obviously require that we do that, and we'll help on that standpoint because our obviously our health and safety of our kids is the most important thing, and if we can do something to help on that front, we will do it. We've had discussions about things that I think are very positive, where we're going to keep some good non-conference games, but have some other ones sprinkled in there good, so we can have a good variety of what we do. But here again, I am not concerned about us doing the proper things as far as COVID testing and what and how we treat it. And as you mentioned, I think most of all of our student athletes have already had the flu shot, and we are really on it and on top of it, and just kind of searching daily of things we can do to be very proactive.
Football's the headliner, but you have other sports that are participating on campus right now. Can you kind of give us an update on how the rest of the athletic department is functioning in the day-to-day, challenges of campus life?
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre, really, in a way, because we are in this weird time and what's happening, but everything's proceeding in different fashions, whether it's our winter and spring sports practicing, or our fall sports participating. Actually, it's just kind of it's just kind of strange, I should say, Charlie.
Yeah.
It's just different, and we're just trying to get there and trying to make sure that our kids and our student athletes, I should say, should play and can play and can play in a healthy and safe environment. So that's been, frankly, more of my concentration than frankly what's going on the scoreboard. And of course, the scoreboard's important. It always is, but this is just a strange time, and so I've been more focused on making sure we do it right.
A couple things happened with the college football playoff this week, and I'll ask you what you think the significance is of the second one. I know what it is on the first one. Larry Scott, the commissioner of the Pac-12, asked that the field be expanded to 8. That idea was shot down, but the football playoff selection committee did push week 1 back to November the 24th. What can you tell me is the latest in the discussions, as I know we're just starting the season, but we're already talking about what's going to happen in the postseason?
Yeah, I think it's going to see status quo, and I think you'll see status quo till the current agreement expires, I believe, in 2024. That would be my best guess, Charlie. But I've been wrong before. But if you're pressing me to make a prediction, that's what I think will happen.
The SEC had to alter their rules for eligibility for interconference transfers, and while it certainly is the right thing to do, as you go through this and all of the adjustments that you've had to make, what changes might be permanent as far as eligibility? I'm going to ask you to kind of predict here a little bit, but
Sure.
What changes do you see that might become permanent that were enacted during the pandemic?
Well, not necessarily what were enacted, but I just think that the concern and where we're going, which I think is very positive as far as treating our student athletes fairly, is that I think potentially from the NCAA you will see the one-time transfer rule, where without a waiver that student athletes will be able to transfer out, and I think that will lead to a heavy and hearty discussion within the SEC about our intra-conference rule and what and how we do that, and is it time for us to really address that and look at it because of changing times. So, yes, I think you'll see in the coming months robust discussions and debates and probably change.
Was this something that came directly out of the Joey Gatewood and Kays Mays situations, where Gatewood transferred from Auburn to Kentucky and Mays from Georgia to Tennessee? They're eligible now this season, but there was a little bit of legwork to go to get that done.
I think it's small, Charlie. I just think that the overall basis of trying to do what's right for the student athletes, and looking back on why we did things in the past in proposing these rules, and times change. So I think it's a culmination of that and changing times.
We're going to talk football next week, I promise, okay?
Yeah, that's funny. It's a funny discussion. You get a kick out of this. I'm giving you a little inside information here. My first SEC meeting that I returned to after being on the West Coast was a heavy, hearty discussion on basketball. And I text Greg Sankey and I said, "Greg, I thought I was joining a football league or rejoining a football league," and he laughed. And it was in jest and it was fun. But I'll look forward to talking about it. And Charlie, hopefully, will come away with a nice performance in Nashville.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Do you know the proper way to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in your office? We do. We're Jani-King, a leader in the cleaning industry for over 30 years, and we've developed comprehensive programs to address proper cleaning and disinfection. We have experience in applying disinfecting programs in hospitals, office buildings, schools, and other venues. Now we're ready to help and able to assist customers that need disinfecting services.
Jani-King, the king of clean.
Well, the reason why I would recommend him because he's trustworthy. I mean, attention and love and respect of who you are, what you are, and the purpose why you came, he honors that. Once you're with Murphy, you got a friend.
Eagle 98.1. The Luba Workers Comp College Football Scoreboard. Luba Workers Comp, genuine dependability.
Let's start with games, the early games that are still in progress. About 5:50 to go. Texas leads TCU 29-26. Horned Frogs with a drive into Texas territory now at the 41-yard line.
Max Duggan, quarterback for TCU, 18 of 28, 222. No scores, no picks. Sam Ehlinger, 15 of 34 for 183 yards. He's thrown 4 touchdowns and an interception for Texas.
Number 24, Pittsburgh leads NC State 29-24. Under 2 minutes to go in that one. Pitt just scored. They missed a 2-point conversion that would have put them up 7. They will kick the ball back to NC State. will have a chance to drive the length of the field.
Big numbers for Kenny Pickett, the signal caller for Pittsburgh here, Charlie. 21 of 37 in the air for 383 yards and a score, but on the ground, 15 carries, 40 yards, and 2 touchdowns for the quarterback from Pittsburgh, Kenny Pickett.
Baylor and West Virginia are tied at 14. 47 seconds to go here. West Virginia with the football at their own 38-yard line, facing a 3rd down and long. Baylor's touchdown that tied this ball game came just about a minute ago. So Dave Aranda trying to pick up his 2nd win, and it's going to be a 4th down for West Virginia as the clock is going down under 30. Now, Jay, they could take this one. It's an interesting decision here for West Virginia. It's 4th down. Baylor doesn't have any timeouts left. West Virginia could take this thing to overtime, but if they go for it and miss, then Baylor would have the ball in West Virginia territory. It looks like they're going to run it out. They're going to take this thing to overtime. They've got 1 timeout left, but it is a 4th down and 6.
Right decision for sure. Charlie Brewer for Baylor, 22 of 36, 2 touchdowns.
UAB is leading Texas San Antonio 21-13. About 4 minutes to go there. Liberty leads North Alabama 28-0. That game is about halfway through the 4th quarter. Army leads Abilene Christian 31-3. That is early in the 2nd half. Games getting underway here at 2:30. South Florida and number 15 Cincinnati, number 17 Oklahoma at Kansas. Texas A&M has picked up now this is 3 first downs on their opening drive against Alabama. About 2 minutes in, the Aggies in tied territory.
Check that. That's Oklahoma State in Kansas.
Oklahoma
correct?
State in Kansas. That's right. Kellen Mond has opened up with a pair of first down completions, and A&M has run for a first down. They're down to the Alabama 35-yard line on the opening drive of the ball game.
The first 15 that Jimbo has scripted here offensively, wherever he is at on that offensive play chart, has been pretty impressive here to start.
And there's another slant. And TCU has just scored. They take the lead on Texas now 32-33 with the extra point to 29. So about 4 minutes to go in that one. North Carolina and Boston College just getting underway at Chestnut Hill. Memphis and SMU just about to kick that ball off in Dallas. Memphis is 1-0. They haven't played a game in a month. They literally opened the game, opened the season with a win against, I believe it was Arkansas State, and then 4 straight weeks. Better than Houston, though. They've been trying to play a game for 4 weeks. They still haven't gotten one in. Earlier finals today, number 3 Florida beat South Carolina 38-24. Big day for Kyle Trask.
Yeah, Kyle Trask, 21 of 29, 268, 4 touchdowns for the Heisman hopeful.
That's 10 touchdowns in 2 weeks for Trask. Number 21 Tennessee goes to 2-0. They beat Missouri 35-12.
Big day on the ground for Eric Gray, running back for the Volunteers. 16 carries, over 100 yards and a score.
Georgia State beat East Carolina 49-29, and Coastal Carolina beat Arkansas State 52-23. The Chanticleers are now 3-0. Games also kicking off here at 2:30 include Texas Tech and Kansas State. 3 o'clock kickoff for Charlotte and Florida Atlantic, Virginia Tech and Duke, and we are waiting on Ole Miss and Kentucky. This ought to be entertaining, right?
I like it. I'm looking forward to this one. Matt Corral last week threw for 395 yards versus that Florida defense. 3 scores. On the other side, you'll see Kentucky looking to bounce back after a tough loss versus Auburn in week 1.
Navy and Air Force. Air Force still trying to put a schedule together, but they doing a decent job with it. They have, I think it's 7 games that they got now on the schedule. They go at 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock kickoff for Western Kentucky and Middle Tennessee, 3 o'clock kickoff for Jacksonville State and Florida State. You think the Seminoles can get in the win column here?
We'll see. I don't think so, Charlie. I think
oh, come on, Georgia, Jacksonville State. Come on, man. Georgia Southern and UL Monroe at 6 o'clock. Big one between the hedges tonight. Number 7 Auburn and number 4 Georgia. That's a 6:30 kick in Athens.
15 years since Auburn has gone into Athens and won this game. We'll see. This is one of the oldest rivals in college football. I like Gus Malzahn and Auburn tonight.
The oldest rivalry in the South in college football. I think you're going to see JT Daniels early, and I think that Auburn's going to have a hard time running the football against Georgia. But when this is the game of the week for sure. Tulsa is at number 11 Central Florida. Arkansas at number 16 Mississippi State. Here's a number for you. In the last 10 years, there have been 7 double-digit or 14-point or more underdogs win outright. That's Mississippi State. The next week, they're 1-6.
Wow. Tough spot. And look, Arkansas, some surprising playmakers on offense. I'm not looking for Arkansas to make any noise in the SEC. I was surprised to turn on the television last week and see them score against Georgia.
Yeah, I'm going to owe Hester $20 because as soon as I gave that stat, he goes, well, I'll take Mississippi State. And I said, and, this little leprechaun in my head said, yeah, sure, I got it. Number 18, Oklahoma trying to bounce back against Iowa State. That's a 6:30 kick in Ames. Cyclones have given the Sooners problems under Matt Campbell.
This is a tough spot. This is a tricky spot. And I know that Iowa State has performed well in these matchups. Spencer Rattler last week, or through 2 weeks, 8 touchdowns, costly interception last week late in the game versus Kansas State. But Iowa State, this is a sneaky spot here with Oklahoma favored by 7.5.
Southern Miss is at North Texas, and this is going to be strange doing the postgame with no games going on tonight. But Virginia is at number 1 Clemson. That is a 7:00 kick, and that is the last game on the schedule. I'm just used to doing postgame with some Pac-12 pillow fight go on. Right? So Hawaii something. It had BYU last week, at least. Any chance that Clemson's looking ahead to Miami?
I don't think so here, Charlie. This is a big number. Clemson favored by 28 versus Virginia. And look, the Wahoos, they have recruited well. If you remember, former University High tailback Mike Hollins, who was really kind of the face and player of those state championship runs for Chad Mahaffey and those Cub teams. He's been playing well for Virginia, but I don't think so. I think Clemson's way too talented. And I think Dabo has programmed this group or his team so well that the ACC is really not a challenge for Clemson. I think Texas turned it over on their own on the 1 yard line.
They were going in at the one, and
he fumbled.
I was doing TCU's got it.
It's out.
I was looking down at my screen. Somehow Texas went the length of the field. And with under 2.5 minutes to go, they had the ball at the 1 yard line, and they have fumbled, and TCU has recovered. So the Horned Frogs have got the ball. They've got a 4-point lead. Wow. But check on Texas's timeout situation here.
Musa, what was that stat you gave us on Tom Herman going into the game?
2-11 when trailing at halftime at Texas.
Looks like it might be 3.
They're in trouble.
Looks like 2-12 on the way.
Very much in trouble. And that is your college football scoreboard. We're back with Chris Lee from VandySports.com. That is next. Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Service Master Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Master Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Master Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we've faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
T-Bob Abear here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boat a dream.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Opposing Media. Presented by Louisiana Land Bank. They're the experts in rural land and equipment lending.
And this week's Opposing Media, Matt Moscona visited with Chris Lee from VandySports.com.
Let's go up to Nashville. Chris Lee, VandySports.com. He's the publisher there. He's on Twitter at ChrisLee70. Good enough to join us here for a couple minutes to preview the game. Chris, we appreciate a couple of minutes as always, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing really well, man. What's the general mood and attitude around the program as they head into week 2 here in conference play?
Well, I think interest heading this season is as low as I've ever seen it, but Vanderbilt fans are a hopeful bunch, and they're always looking for that little glimmer, and I think they got it last week. I think that we thought coming into the season they weren't going to be very good on offense, and I think everybody still believes that, although I do think they have a quarterback, which has got people excited, of course. But there was the thought that with a new defensive coordinator in Ted Roof, who I think is really good and everybody very much respects, that with 11 returning starters and that with experienced depth at most of those positions, if not all of them, and maybe most importantly, a defensive line that people thought had a chance to be pretty competitive. Well, I think the line was beyond competitive last week. In fact, it graded better than anyone in the country, according to Pro Football Focus. And it all kind of came together, and I think to everybody's surprise, here they were at the end with Texas A&M. Now, the reality check is that they won the turnover battle and played even in first downs and controlled time of possession and still wound up short. And I think I do have some questions about whether A&M is as good as we thought. Who knows? It's a long season. But, yeah, I think that Vanderbilt fans were hoping that they could come into this season and have a chance to win a few games. And I think if the team that showed up last week shows up again, it's a bunch that could be able to do it at some point.
Let's talk about the quarterback. Ken Seals got a freshman quarterback playing there at Vanderbilt. Maybe a little bit about his background and what we learned about him Saturday in College Station.
Well, his background is he's a winner. He played at Weatherford High School in Texas at the 6A school. That was not a place that was used to winning, and he got them, I think, to the playoffs. And he did very well at that level. I have seen him a lot in practice. He's very accurate with the ball. He is very poised. He gets rid of the ball quickly, which is a good thing when you're playing behind his offensive line. And I think what you saw last week was his attributes. Now, I think what you also saw is that he's limited by the talent around him. A lot of that is dictated by an offensive line that's the worst in the league and has just got gaping holes to start the season, and they could run into some depth issues. But I think you look at the parts he controls, he's very accurate with the ball. He's very quick with the ball. He reminds me a lot in terms of skill set of Danny Werfel in that he is not the strongest arm that you'll see, but it's good enough at that level, and he just puts the ball right where he wants to. I think he's got a chance to be a really good one for them if they can keep him healthy.
What about some of those offensive weapons, considering we all saw Keyshawn Vaughn, and a lot of people here, of course, knew about Kalijah Lipscomb, a New Orleans kid. Who is there surrounding Seals there on the offensive side of the ball?
Well, they don't have a lot. They've got two receivers I like, and beyond that, I don't know if they've got anybody that's SEC caliber. They've got Amir Abdul-Rahman, who caught a touchdown last week, and I think is a very talented kid who ended up being a really good player for them. He missed last season due to injury. They've got Cam Johnson out of the slot, who I think will catch a lot of balls. He's pretty sure-handed. A little bit like Earl Bennett, if you remember him from a few years ago. He's not as good as Earl, but a guy that can operate underneath and won't drop the ball. He's got a little bit of move after the catch ability. So those are the two offensive weapons they have there. Running game is going to be by committee. I really like Davian Marlowe. I've been just really wanting to see what he could get if he got some touches in the 3 years he's been there. He finally got some last week. I think he played respectably. Again, their offensive line is not going to open a lot of gaping holes and certainly not going to make second-level blocks. But I think those are the three kids that I look at as kids who can make some plays for them. And then beyond that, it gets a lot tougher to spot where those come from.
Couple more minutes here with Chris Lee, VandySports.com. He's the publisher at VandySports.com. On Twitter at ChrisLee70. LSU's in Nashville this Saturday. We know that. Dimitri Moore, leading tackler a year ago. He had opted out, then opted back in, then didn't play in the opener because of injuries. He expected to play Saturday?
It sounds like it, but they're not really forthcoming with injuries. I think he warmed up last week and then couldn't go. I'm not entirely sure what the issue is there, but that's another kid I'm anxious to see because he started popping up as a first-round draft pick in some mock drafts, and all of us looked around at each other and said, what in the world? Because none of us saw that coming. He wasn't a super productive player at Vandy the last couple of years, but their system also wasn't very good. And their linebackers coach, Jason Tarver, who's now gone, was also the coordinator, got a lot of criticism. But he's a kid. He's big. He's 6'3". He can run. He's athletic. He looks like an NFL player physically. And that's a kid that I'm really anxious to see what he can do in Ted Wolf's system. And I think a lot of people would love to get a glimpse at him on Saturday.
So there's a bunch of play. Vanderbilt was supposed to return all 11 starters on defense, and then they got hit by opt-outs. Moore was one of them, but then opted back in. What does that defense, which Chris fared pretty well Saturday in College Station, what does that defense look like right now, where the strengths are and where they might be able to be a little exposed?
Well, I think one of the reasons they're stronger there is most of their opt-outs, the significant ones, came on the offensive side of the ball. In fact, 3 kids who might have started on the offensive line are gone. But on the defensive side, I think it starts with the ends. Andre Mintz and Dio Odingbo were really, really good, both of them a week ago. They rarely have impact-level tackles, but they had 2 kids and a JUCO transfer, Rashawn Wilkins, and a true sophomore in Davion Davis, who was a kid that they really liked out of high school and pursued really hard. Those 2 kids, in the end, both of them 4 together, were just outstanding a week ago. I can't tell you the last time I saw a Vanderbilt defensive line play that well. It's going to be interesting to see if they can replicate that again this week.
Special teams, anything, if it comes down to a game, field position and kicking, how is Vanderbilt there?
Harrison Smith's a good punter. He's a second-year walk-on. He's been steady the whole time he's been there. Pearson Cook won the place-kicking battle. We don't know much about him. We didn't get to see much about him. He's beaten out Javin Rice, who's their only scholarship kicker, who now has been beaten out by 2 walk-ons at different times in his career. But I thought he was good last week. He had a 33-yarder on his first kick of the game. The only other chance he had was from 47, and he missed it by not much. It was plenty long. So it appears he's got the leg. Now, how he'll perform, I don't know. That's all we've seen of him, but that's a little bit of a question mark.
Chris, we know that initially Vanderbilt was not going to allow fans. Now a select number of students will be allowed in Vanderbilt Stadium. What are you expecting the game day atmosphere to be like around Nashville?
Little to none. The students don't show up. It's you might be lucky to see, I don't know, maybe kids are bored and football is something new and different after 7 or 8 months of being quarantined. But I don't know. I think they should be allowing more fans. They should at least allow parents in the stadium, which they're not. You might have a few hundred students there, but it won't be much. And, frankly, the skeptical part of me wonders if they didn't shut a lot of this down just to keep visiting fans to take over the stadium like they've done time and time again the last few years. So at least for once they won't be disadvantaged on building, but I don't think it'll be much of an atmosphere either.
Chris, maybe just to follow up there, we've all seen shots. Look, LSU fans went en masse to Nashville last year. It's obviously a great town, and it's a place LSU doesn't really get to go much. But is there an element of that, though, where you think, God, even if it is opposing fans, in a year like this, wouldn't you want the payday of having as many tickets sold as you could?
Matt, I would, but there's a lot of things I would do and you do that they don't do for reasons only they don't know, and they don't communicate them, and they're not anxious to communicate them, and they're not really anxious to take on the debate. So your guess is as good as mine.
Okay. Before you go, Vanderbilt did unveil some alternate uniforms today, and I'm curious your thoughts on them. In particular, the helmets, man. They're going with this, for those that haven't seen it, this script Vandy on the helmet and the Nashville skyline on the back. What do you think?
Well, this is where I'm going to show my age a little bit, because I had heard that they were going to have some 1980s throwback helmets, and they had some really sharp script helmets in the early 80s that they went away from. When they went to the Hall of Fame Bowl in 82, they wore those. And if you look at the logo on our site, VandySports.com, the Vandy part of it looks almost exactly like the helmet logo that they wore back then. And I had heard they were going to do it, and I thought, it's a really cool idea. And then what came out today was a helmet today with kind of the outline of that. The whole helmet is mostly black with maybe some gray outlines for the letters. And then the skyline, which was kind of a neat idea, but I thought it was a little bit overwhelming. Maybe you understate that a little bit and it looks better. I liked the concept. I didn't like what they did with it. Maybe that's me being older and somebody half my age would process it differently. But I thought they had a good idea, but I wasn't really crazy with what they did with it in the end.
Am I crazy that the anchor, the white helmet with the anchor, is just fine and they should go with that?
They need some sort of identity. What I like is a Star V. It's a classic emblem. The one thing I don't like about their baseball program is I've never understood why they've just got the regular V and not the Star V. That's an iconic mark that everybody, I think, recognizes as Vanderbilt. I don't understand why they don't go with that a little bit more. The anchor is a nice touch. It's a school that hasn't had a lot of tradition. The anchor down thing was something that James Franklin sort of brought in and it's kind of taken, and it's hard to find that at Vanderbilt. So I like it in a way. I don't know that I like it taking up half the side of a helmet as it has at times, but I think it's something that they could use to work with.
Well, we'll see a completely different look on Saturday, and I'm sure for both teams they'd like a different result than they got this past weekend. LSU Vandy Saturday night in Nashville. He's Chris Lee, VandySports.com. Always appreciate a few minutes, Chris. Thanks, man.
Always fun. Thank you.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Oh, hey, what's up? It's Big V and Bubba, 100.7 The Tiger Morning Show. We'd love for you to join us every weekday, 4 a.m. till 9 a.m.
Yeah, everything you want in a show. Country music. We got laughs. We got celebrity in-studio guests. We just need you.
Join us every weekday morning, 4 a.m. to 9 a.m., right where it all started.
That's right. Louisiana's country station, 100.7 The Tiger.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Recruiting with Shay Dixon of 247 Sports. Presented by GMFS Mortgage. GMFS Mortgage. Changing lives.
Before we get to Shay, Alabama with a early touchdown and driving again, 7-0 tied over the Aggies. And West Virginia has just scored in double overtime. They win it over Baylor. Baylor in the second overtime threw an interception on the first play. West Virginia drove in for the touchdown, and so the Mountaineers hand Dave Aranda his first loss as Baylor head coach. Now let's bring in Shay Dixon from Go247. Shay, good afternoon. How are you?
Well, I'm doing fine. Well, two things. One, thank you for waiting until the Texas game ended to call me. That was very nice of you because it took all day.
Well, it lasted one play too many for some of us on totals, but it's just a whole different kettle of fish.
Oh, gosh, you had an over or under there. Ouch. Okay, well, and then two, you said 7-0 Bama, and if I'm not mistaken, earlier this week, you said if it gets to double digits, I want to see a rout. So just going to update you on that.
Yeah, well, they're moving the ball pretty much at will. A&M missed a field goal early, and they've lost one of their starting offensive linemen as well. Shay, what's the fallout? What were the results recruiting-wise from last weekend?
Well, I think you can look at a bunch of different things. One, no recruit is going to look at that and say LSU. Well, I'm not going to LSU anymore. They didn't lose any commitments. They didn't fall off any way in a big way with any of their top guys left. And for me, I've always said it. It's a loss, a win. These kids play high school football. They're used to it. They get when a team looks sloppy. They don't put a team under the microscope as much as we all do in the media and fans. So for them, I don't think it's a big deal. Now, I'll say this. There were only a handful of kids that were at the game because you have to either have tickets or buy them through the secondary market with the NCAA's dead period that LSU can't give the recruits tickets. And one guy who came in, Corey Foreman, 5-star, number one player in the country out of California. Mason Smith is obviously another defensive lineman, the number one player in Louisiana, 5-star. They get talked up a lot, probably in the same conversation, not just because they're two of the top-ranked defensive linemen in America, but they're good buddies, and they've been pretty clear that they'd like to go to the same school. They sort of visit the same schools, and it was only about a month ago, less than that, when all those guys came in for the Tiger Turnout, which is that big event that Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback commit, a bunch of guys put on. But then to see Corey Foreman and Mason Smith get back for the first game in Tiger Stadium, you say, well, they didn't love that. Well, they're both two defensive linemen who saw Ali Gay look great, who saw a more natural pass rush than a year ago, who saw a guy like B.J. Ojulari get a ton of reps early. Now he's talking about playing Jaquelin Roy in the rotation early, and that's what these kids, in my opinion, a large part of it, when you're choosing between Georgia and LSU and schools like that, Bama, you say, okay, well, if it's all somewhat even, then what stands out? Is it your scheme? Is it your depth chart? And I think that if we can just be fair about how the front seven, or more specifically the D-line looked, that a couple 5-star D-linemen would probably really like it compared to what they saw a year ago.
You brought up defensive linemen. How about offensive linemen? It seems like LSU's been trending in the right direction for a couple of offensive linemen, including 5-star offensive tackle Tristan Lee out in Virginia. Can you update the status of Lee and what the offensive line recruiting is looking like going into week 2 for LSU?
Yeah, well, first off, happy belated 30th birthday. Absolutely, Jordy.
Thank you, Shay.
My guy.
Thank you, Shay.
Absolutely. Look, they've got to –
28.
How long have fans said it? And we've said it. Yeah, that's right. Almost there. We've said it. They've got to eventually start recruiting the offensive line at a clip where you're not just finding diamonds in the rough. You're finding surefire 5-star type offensive tackles, and that's what Tristan Lee is. And you guys have had him on the show before. LSU fans are pretty familiar with him. I think right now it's pretty fair to say that LSU's out front, and if they can close, they've got 2 offensive tackles that are top 100 guys, Garrett Dellinger out of Michigan being the other, that in theory you would say, okay, that's our left tackle, Tristan Lee, and that's our right tackle, Garrett Dellinger, and then you feel good about what you got out of the class there. Now it's about finding, okay, can you pop Tristan Lee? Can you add maybe another guy who can play offensive tackle for you? Or do you want to fill with an offensive guard late in the game? Because we know that they've done an okay job, pretty good job of recruiting guys into that room, and we'll see today Cam Wire, what some of these younger guys look like. But I think what they're looking for is some instant impact guys, and they've got one, but Tristan Lee would be about as big as it gets. So with 7 spots left, I think that's their goal. Come away with Tristan Lee, and it's a successful class. You can add from there. I won't call it lame yet, but it's also what you want. You want to be able to maybe come away with at least 3 guys in this class, and right now they just have 1 guy committed.
Alabama 7-play scoring drive capped off by a Najee Harris 5-yard touchdown run to extend their lead 14-0 over Texas A&M with 3:58 remaining in the first quarter. Eagle 98.1 Game Day presented each week by your local Super Chevy dealers. We're talking to Shea Dixon from Go247. Shea and his crew are on top of college football recruiting when covering LSU. Billy Embody, Shea Dixon, make sure and hit those guys, Sonny Ship online and on Twitter to follow them there. In fact, Shea, I'm on your site right now at 247sports.com reading on one of your guys' features on an out-of-state commit, Keanu Coate, who is out of the Vero Beach, Florida area, and he is one of the top defensive ends in the country. LSU has had a commitment from Coate for a couple of months now or a couple of weeks. Update the status of his recruiting and tell the Tiger fans what type of player he is.
Yeah, this is a guy I'm really excited about. I talk all the time about Sage Ryan being my sort of, how can you be undervalued if you're a 5-star, but he's the 3rd-ranked player in the state of Louisiana, and I always say, man, he's got a chance to be up there as the best. And I look at Keanu Coate, and he's slowly been climbing in the rankings, but he's a kid that will, in my opinion, make a DJ Ojulari type impact. This is, maybe you look at him and look at his frame right now and say, okay, he's a bit of a tweener. Is he an outside linebacker? Is he a D-end? We've seen them put these guys into, Ojulari's one of them. He was weighing in the 240s when he got here. Put him at D-end, start to bulk him up. I think that's what Keanu Coate can do, and boy, his first step is special. He's got some really good film in terms of what he can do of getting after the quarterback and even just getting into the backfield and blowing plays up. I love him. I think he's one of their sleepers, if you will, of the class that's going to come in and really surprise some people. And this week he got his All-American jersey, and he'll play in that game in January. That's the plan right now, if it goes off successfully. But he'll be on NBC. You'll get to see him sort of on that national stage, and then he'll be at LSU. And I honestly think that he's a guy that I would put in a group of 5, 6, 7 guys that I feel confident could probably play for him next year.
He is from he's from the state of Florida, and Shea and his crew have a great exclusive write-up over at 247sports.com at Go247 on where his commitment sticks. So find out where Coate sticks on his commitment level by getting your subscription today to Go247. Last one, you brought up Sage Ryan. Any expectations on who the next commitment could be for the class of 2021?
Well, they've got 7 spots, and I think for a long time people have figured, okay, Mason Smith, Corey Foreman, Tristan Lee, Brian Thomas, a lot of these guys have said that they're going to wait, and it was waiting until they could make visits. Well, they got pushed back to January. Well, did they still wait? Sage Ryan's one that said, hey, look, if they cut off visits, I'll just go ahead and pick a school. And he's going to knock it down to 2 teams. It's been LSU, Bama, Clemson. He's never actually been to Clemson. I know he's a bit enamored, just the fact of what they built with that program and the coaching staff there. But I'd be a bit surprised if they knocked Bama out of that top 2. And it'll come down to LSU and Bama, but unlike with a Brian Thomas or some of these other guys, I just think there's so many things pointing to LSU's direction for Ryan. And I'll say this, and it might sound it won't sound ludicrous. He could have played for him last Saturday, no doubt. Yeah. He will be a guy who, he's a nickel if you want him to be, but he can play corner, he can play safety. He's got the bloodlines. I mean, when you're cousins with Trev Falk and Kevin Falk, you can play. We've seen him play every position, offense, defense, special teams. During his time at LCA, he's a state champ, and he sort of just goes about his business. So I think ultimately he does wind up at LSU. It wouldn't surprise me if it happened this month. But I'll also say, boy, he's number 1 on the list, or 2 if they get his commitment. I think he's one of those guys. It's the biggest impact player they could have right away.
Shea, we appreciate it. Go 247 post-game coverage, recruiting coverage. As always, my friend, thanks a lot.
Hey, thanks so much for having me on. I appreciate it.
There's Shady.
Tell me this isn't Kentucky so far this year. So they get a break into the open, and he's gone for about a 70-yard touchdown. He starts showboating about the 15-yard line, the 20-yard line, gets caught from behind, and they fumble the ball at the 1-yard line. Last week against Auburn, they had an interception in the end zone. They had another fumble deep in their own end and tried to fake punt that had no chance to work. This time, they get the ball down on the one. He should have scored, but he's showboating. He's pointing. He's late, kind of pulling up a little bit, and sure enough, they didn't score.
Unreal. And I mean, the low light for Kentucky. I mean, you will see this thing live on forever. Is this Landry going to cross? Is he going to cross? It looks like got in.
They got the ball back, and this time they do get in. So if the extra point for Kentucky, they'll tie the score at 7. But yeah, you'll see that one more than once. We'll take a break. Mike Detillier breaks down Vandy when we come back. Presented by your Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Service Master Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Master Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Master Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Auctioner.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front-to-Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but 2 NMEA-certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front-to-Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front-to-Back Boat Services.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on it.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day Scouting Report. Presented by Demco. Demco. Powering lives, brightening the future. Now breaking down the Tiger bait. Here's NFL analyst Mike Detillier.
During the commercial, Texas A&M gets one back. It's now 14-7 Alabama. That is now late in the first quarter of the game at Tuscaloosa. Let's bring in Mike D. Mike, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm pulling for Alabama, so you know how much I dislike Jimbo.
Okay, man, I don't know quite how to take that.
No, listen. I never let my money go to bed angry with me.
Okay, well, that's fine. I understand. All right, Mike, let's take a look at the Vanderbilt Commodores.
Well, we do this real quick on the offensive side, the football, because I don't think they'll have anybody drafted. But
okay.
when you look at it over the last 14 years, this team has only had 10 offensive players selected in the NFL draft. So it wouldn't be a shock that they don't have anybody this year. One thing I did notice was that when they ran the football, which they really love to do, 38 times last week against A&M, they were running it a lot toward the right side, and that was toward their two senior players, and Drew Birchmeyer and Connor McNone. And, both those guys have an opportunity either as a late-round pick or priority free agents. But you can see that's what they want to do. They want to run the football toward the right side of the field. And, 38 times, man, you kind of pounded it in there. But it was a close game. I was impressed, certainly, with number 8, Ken Seals, a true freshman quarterback. I thought he threw the football well. He took what they gave him. A lot of it was underneath. They didn't give him much over the top, and he was a little hesitant to test that area against A&M. But, 20 for 29, that's almost 70% in my book. And so I thought he did a pretty good job for a true freshman. He showed a lot of poise. And, listen, A&M got a lot of people coming back. You wouldn't know it by the way they play in Alabama, but they got a lot of people coming back. Defensive side of football is a totally different issue. Man, they got some NFL players on that side. And I'll start with number 48, Andre Mintz. 6'3", 245, outside linebacker, a guy that was a bit of a disappointment earlier in his career. Last year, he really stepped it up. I thought he did a very good job. And then last week, couple tackles. He had a tackle for a loss, but he was constantly affecting what was going on in the backfield. He's got excellent size for an outside linebacker. He can run the field extremely well. They don't use him a lot in the coverage part of the game, but I've been told by Vandy coaches he can do that if they asked him to. His deal is to get up the field and affect the quarterback. I think he's a top 100 pick. So today, keep your eye on number 48, Andre Mintz, who early in his career was a bit of a disappointment, but, man, he has cranked it up since the start of his junior year. And certainly a guy that catches your attention quickly. Charlie, he'd be one of these guys that, man, when the bus stops, I tell everybody, y'all all sit down. Number 10, come up and get off the bus first, because I hope they think that all of them are like this. And that's Deo Odengbo, who is a 6'6", 275-pound defensive end. He was a long jumper and a hurdler in high school.
Jeez.
So that tells you this guy's a really good athlete, and he's long-armed, long-legged. You can see his ability to run the field well. He gets his arms up very quickly, and he was a constant force in the backfield last week against A&M. He's gotten much better as a technical player, and I think that's the thing that jumps out at me. I think he was a little bit young for the defensive line position, and he was learning it. He's physically gotten stronger. He's talked about adding that weight and that power in the lower body, which is so important for a defensive end. And I'm telling you, he's the guy they better put a hat on because he can affect what's going on the field. So keep your eye on number 10, Dayo Odengbo, who I think, again, similar to Mintz, may be a top 100 pick. Guys, I can't remember another time I've ever said that about Vanderbilt on defense.
Yeah.
Two of them.
Right.
Two guys like that.
Very, 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 very rare.
And they're stout against the run, well coached. Kenichi's there, who was at LSU for a while, so they were a well-schooled front. But, man, they pretty stout up front, and they can get pressure on the quarterback, so you better put hat on them. Cornerback George Allen's another guy. And every year they seem to have that tall, lanky corner. He's one this year. Over 6 foot tall, 188 pounds, a couple-year starter for them. Instinctive. He finds the football pretty quick in flight. Now, he isn't the strongest guy, so I'd put Racy. Racy, if you up against him, make the play because while he's got excellent size and the long arms you want, he's not the strongest player. McMath gives him that forearm or that shove. He might have some difficulties. The other thing you can watch, too, is a guy who was very active last week, and he's just a junior, Deshaun Jenkins, number 33. They list him at 6 foot 190. Man, I don't want to get on that scale because I know he ain't no 190, but whatever. He's more of a 5 foot 10 3/4, 180 pound safety. They play him up on the line of scrimmage a lot, almost like another linebacker. He was very active last week. So, you know, while they may miss something in the deep coverage part of the game, and I don't think they respected that from A&M last week. I didn't think they were telling Mon, okay, I dare you to throw it deep downfield because we're going to get pressure. One of the guys that really stuck out, and I think one of the highlights for Vanderbilt, was number 33, Deshaun Jenkins. He was around the play or involved with the play most of the time for them defensively. He's just a junior, and he's a little undersized, but smart, seemingly never takes a false step to the football, and he's got a knack for getting around much bigger guys.
Mike, we got about a minute. How many eyebrows did Ali Gay raise last week?
How many they got in America that scout? Every one of them. You know, it's almost like, okay, that's it. I've seen enough. You can come off the field. No, listen, we were all wondering, because to meet him, he looks like that's what a defensive end should look like. When you up close and personal to him, that's what a defensive end looks like. Man, he put it out on the field. And listen, he didn't get a couple more holding penalties is beyond me, because that guy, he was just holding on for dear life. But, man, Ali showed that length, that quickness, and kind of a double move with his hands to get around that big guy. I was impressed more with that than anything else, that he's pieced together moves and counter moves to beat his man. It's just not all about speed. You're looking at something pretty special here because, man, what he did in game one, if there was an MVP other than the punter for LSU, it was Ali Gay. He was a tremendous player, and he certainly has everybody's attention right now. And right now, technically, he may be the best edge rusher in SEC right now, not just at LSU, but in the entire SEC.
Mike, as always, we appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week when LSU plays Mizzou.
Yeah, we got a few more players to talk about there.
Okay. Mike Detillier with us. A&M gets a turnover and nearly a pick six on a tip ball. A long return that got down inside the Alabama 20-yard line. So A&M in business, down 7. That is very early in the second quarter. We'll take a break, come back, and give you all of the scores around college football, presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Started making beer at home and immediately fell in love with it. After like the day of my first batch of brewing, I was already thinking, can I do this for a living?
Oh yeah, obsessed with it. He was totally consumed by it, and then looked at me one day and told me I was put on this earth to brew beer. And I was like, wow, that is such a bold statement. And if you can say that about anything, then you need to follow your dream and do it.
Hi, this is Chance Inman, President and Chief Operating Officer for Janney King Gulf Coast. Here are some ways to protect yourself and those around you from the coronavirus. Wash your hands often and thoroughly. Cover coughs and sneezes with your elbow. Disinfect high-touch surfaces regularly. Use non-contact methods for greeting others. And avoid touching your face. Following these steps, as well as social distancing, should help all of us stay healthy.
Eagle 98.1. The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company. The bank that cares about you.
We start with games in progress in Tuscaloosa. Texas A&M takes the turnover and cashes in. Touchdown pass from Kellen Mond to Ryan Rennick. We are tied at 14 about a minute into the second quarter.
14 unanswered for the Aggies here. Kellen Mond, 7 of 12, goes over 100 yards. He's at 107 with that latest score. He's thrown 2 touchdowns on the afternoon.
Boston College has just punched it in to pull within 1. North Carolina 14, BC 13. 11 minutes to go to the break at Chestnut Hill. Number 15, Cincinnati leads South Florida 7-0. Number 17, Oklahoma State with a 17-0 second quarter lead over Kansas.
Chuba Hubbard here, 10 carries, 52 yards, and a score for Okie State.
Kentucky has just punched it in. They now lead Ole Miss 13-0. They're going to look at this. This was close. This was a 3rd down and goal. Big scrum. I don't know how you overturn it. I didn't think he was in. This was a sneak by Terry Wilson. I didn't think he was in, Jordy, but if you call touchdown on the field, he was under a pile of guys. I don't know what they're going to be able to see here, because there's 4, 5, 6 bodies in there. I don't know how you could see the ball. Oh, there it is. Yeah, he's in. He's in.
And it is just a scrum of bodies moving there at the goal line.
The end zone view was the one that was conclusive.
Turnover on downs here or not a turnover on downs, a 4th down coming up here for Alabama. A punting situation as on 3rd and 1. Mac Jones was driven into the turf by an Aggie defensive lineman. So Texas A&M will get the ball back to start the second quarter.
Look at that. SMU leads Memphis 17-3. Again, we talked about Memphis with the long layoff. They are having some problems early. Kansas State leads Texas Tech 7-0. That game is early in the second quarter. Charlotte leads Florida Atlantic 10-0. That's also in the first quarter. Duke leads Virginia Tech 7-6 in the first quarter. Oh, okay. Got to give you credit, man. Jacksonville State 14, Florida State zip.
Telling you, Charlie,
late in the
Florida
first quarter.
State is a mess, man. And
this is Jacksonville State's first game, Coach.
And I'm 10,000 miles away from Tallahassee, and I can feel that they're a mess.
It's their first game. It's their first game. Army's leading Abilene Christian 41-10, and we go to earlier finals now. Number 3, Florida beats South Carolina 38-24.
Big day for Kyle Trask today as his Heisman chase continues. 21 of 29 for 268, 4 scores for the Gator signal caller.
TCU beat Texas 33-31.
Big day for Sam Ehlinger and Texas quarterback as he was 17 of 36, 236, 4 scores, but not enough as Max Duggan and TCU, the Horned Frogs, enormous win. How about this? TCU, since joining the Big 12, in nine matchups versus Texas, they're 7-2. I mean, that is owning an opponent.
Tough go for Tom Herman. By the way, the score was 33-29 with 6 seconds to go, and TCU had 4th down from their own 7-yard line or so. What did they decide to do? They decided to take a safety. Doesn't mean anything at all to anybody unless you were playing the total at 62. They did confirm the Kentucky touchdown. Wildcats are running the football. They've got 150 yards on the ground, and they ain't even at the end of the first quarter yet. Number 21, Tennessee, impressive today, 35-12 win over Mizzou.
Eric Gray, running back for the Vols, 16 carries, 105 yards, and a score. But another impressive afternoon for Jeremy Pruitt's defense in Tennessee as they now start 2-0 on the season.
NC State, a late touchdown inside of a minute to nip Pittsburgh. 30-29. The number 24 Panthers lose for the first time.
I know that Pitt lost on the day, but they are a weekend winner. They went back to the retro uniforms and got 2 thumbs up from the game day crew down here in Baton Rouge.
A very, very sharp-looking uniform. Georgia State beat East Carolina 49-29. Coastal Carolina over Arkansas State 52-23. Double overtime in Morgantown. West Virginia gets an interception on the first play of the second overtime, and then they punch it in. They beat Baylor and Dave Aranda 27-21.
Aranda and the Bears fall to 1-1 on the season, 1-1 in the Big 12. Nice win for West Virginia. Charlie Brewer, Baylor quarterback today, 3 touchdown passes through the air.
UAB beat Texas San Antonio 21-13, and Liberty goes to 3-0. They beat North Alabama 28-7. Did I mention that's Jacksonville State's first game?
Charlie,
just thought I'd throw that in there.
Florida State.
Ooh,
I mean,
what a mess.
When does it even start to begin to turn?
Man,
where is rock bottom in Tallahassee?
I don't know. I once watched an LSU team go 2-9.
Yeah.
Okay, in my lifetime. So anything's possible, even for a big school.
Florida State was on that schedule.
They were. Yeah, that was an ugly 42-0,
yes.
I think. I remember. We'll take a break. Talking Tigers, you hear from all the LSU players. That's next. Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but 2 NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Talking Tigers. Presented by Ralph's Market. Ralph's Market, where quality and customer service are a family tradition. Talking Tigers. LSU safety Jacoby Stevens.
Of course, we didn't start the season off on the right foot, but that doesn't mean you give up on the season. I'm still excited to keep going, playing, not having 9 more games with my guys. And of course, I mean, that's the point of having seniority. That's the point of the importance of bringing older guys back, is to kind of be that resource to the things that you've seen when you are coming through the ranks. You want, the best thing is to give that information to the young guys, and give the information to the guys that haven't had much playing time on what to expect or what to look for while in the game. And I know John Battle did it for me, and somebody did it for John Battle, and on and so forth. So as a senior this year, that is just my responsibility to do that for the young guys.
LSU linebacker Jabril Cox.
Right. The feel for it was pretty much basically the same. I didn't feel anything faster or just anybody more better than what I was used to in the FCS. So just having that interception, it gained a sense of confidence within me. But every game I go into, I just want to get the first hit, first tackle off, and then that's when I settle down and start to come into it within myself.
LSU wide receiver Terrence Marshall Jr.
I mean, I look at it as, it was our first game. It was Miles' first game starting. It was our first game just as a unit together with this being the new team this year. So, I didn't really expect for us to just be the greatest right away. I mean, it took us some time, and as you can see, we came back out in the second half and we were ready to go. We made adjustments, and everything was, flowing.
LSU offensive lineman Liam Shanahan.
We got to make it easier on Miles. He's stepping in. He had a decent game. He's getting a lot of unfair criticism, I feel like. Where we really have to help him and make it easier, and that's what we're working on this week. And I'm planning on trying to work with him and meet with him kind of individually so we can get on the same page even more and see what we can do to make his life as easy as possible, because he's got so much else to worry about.
LSU safety Jacoby Stevens.
As a team, we addressed it Monday on Tell the Truth Monday. We looked at the film and we saw other areas that we need to improve. But after Monday, we just throw it away, win or lose, and we move on to press on the Vanderbilt. And I think as a team and as a leadership committee, that's what we're stressing to do. And we can't wait to get on the field today and kind of install a game plan and kind of run through and practice the game plan for Vanderbilt this week.
LSU linebacker Jabril Cox.
We noticed early on how they run 2 tight end sets, a lot of 12 personnel. They try to do a lot of motions and different various situations to get your eyes going one way, and then they throw it the other way. But we know after the performance last week, this is a copycat type of league, so a lot of people are going to try to air it out on us, and we just have to buckle down this week and just show people that you can't do that on us.
LSU wide receiver Terrence Marshall Jr.
It can grow quickly, especially with just putting in extra time after practice and just meetings and just being in a film room. It could grow quickly, and I feel like that as the weeks go, that we're gonna get better as a team and as a unit.
LSU offensive lineman Liam Shanahan.
Yeah, they look good. They got a kind of a different defensive scheme from Mississippi State, but they're good players across the board, and it's going to be its own unique challenge. And all we can do now is just get on the film, make sure that we're 100% prepared mentally for what they're going to be doing, and then really just attack practice today, tomorrow, Thursday. So we're ready to go on Saturday.
Talking Tigers, Eagle 98.1, Game Day.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we've faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
Started making beer at home and immediately fell in love with it. After the day of my first batch of brewing, I was already thinking, can I do this for a living?
Oh yeah, obsessed with it. He was totally consumed by it, and then looked at me one day and told me I was put on this earth to brew beer. And I was like, wow, that is such a bold statement. And if you can say that about anything, then you need to follow your dream and do it.
Service Mastery Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Mastery Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Mastery Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Auctioner.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front-to-Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into
Eagle 98.1. 8.1 Game Day. Inside the stadium. Inside the stadium. Presented by GoFlow IV Spa. GoFlow IV Spa, where athletes come to hydrate so they can dominate.
And we're going to go up to Nashville here in just a second. We're going to check in with our friend Scott Rabelais from The Advocate. But we got a minute here before we do that. Jordy, this was an interesting, I thought, comparison. This was Derek Mason, Vanderbilt head coach. They asked him to compare the defenses of Dave Aranda from last year when Vanderbilt saw them and Bo Pelini from this year.
Well, both of those gentlemen, have been head coaches. Man, they're strong defensive minds, probably two of the best in the country. So, with that, it's just about adapting to new coaching style and figuring out players and what you have. I mean, obviously a year ago, LSU was a much different football team, in terms of, talent and what they had in terms of experience. And when you get talent and experience, especially guys being in the same system, it's going to look a little different. College football is a junior, senior sport. This year, under Bo Pelini, who's one of the best defensive minds in the country. They're just adjusting. It's game one. I'm not too over the top about, what game ones mean, because there's just a lot of room for growth.
Jordy, we got a lot of this on a post game, and I thought it was a reasonable question. I know how much you did on Whiskey and Wine about if Aranda would have been here last week, it would have been a very, very different defensive schematic against the air raid, that they would have played more zone, that they would have played more shell, that they would have kept everything in front of them. It wouldn't have been as aggressive as Bo Pelini was.
I agree wholeheartedly. And, when you think of Dave Aranda, I think of schemes. I think of plans. I think of pre-game planning. And I think, you would have seen some type of option to get out of the man-to-man and play some type of matchup zone to make sure that these guys aren't just running by themselves and crossing people up and screening and picking people in the open field. That was the most disappointing part for me. I mean, if anybody was paying attention, Chris Peterson at Washington, the University of Washington, really laid out the blueprint for Mike Leach in stopping that air raid attack the last 3 seasons. He really showed you just rush 3, drop back, and make them and keep them in front of you.
And the third downs were just the absolute crusher last week. Scott Rabelais with The Advocate is up in Nashville. Scott, good afternoon. How are you?
Gentlemen, how are y'all today?
We are good. How's Nashville? They just opened the place back up, I understand.
It looks pretty busy. Other than I drove past the campus earlier, and you couldn't tell there was a game going on today, but that's the way it was last year too. So about the same.
Well, the LSU fans were there certainly a year ago. Scott, your thoughts about LSU trying to bounce back from what was a disappointing Week 1 loss?
Yeah, I mean there's a lot to be disappointed about if you're LSU or an LSU fan. But there were some good things too. I think defensively, that they give up a lot of yards passing. They show they have some very good players. in Ika and Cox and of course Jacoby Stevens, and then you expect to get Derek Stingley back today. I thought Miles Brennan had a passing grade. He wasn't great, but he statistically was better than Joe Burrow was in his debut against Miami 2 years ago. He just didn't get a lot of help, I didn't think, from his offensive line or his receivers. So expect that to be better today. So I think there were some good things to pull from that game. Otherwise, what is a disappointing loss and shouldn't have happened. The most disappointing thing continues to be that LSU, just talking about what other schools have done against Mike Leach's offense, that LSU didn't seem to adjust in the second half. And you would think that it might adjust better going forward, but because it's not the last pass-happy offense they're going to face, obviously.
Scott, you were in Tiger Stadium last Saturday. You'll be in Vanderbilt Stadium tonight. Vanderbilt has made the decision to open up limited numbers with students into the capacity tonight. Last weekend it was around 25%. What impact does the lack of crowd have on the field product?
I don't think it helped LSU last week, and I tell you, when you think the crowd would have picked them up, when LSU rallied to tie the game, with those two straight scores, and I think if there'd been a full typical crowd in Tiger Stadium last Saturday, you would have seen them lift them up, and maybe the defense is juiced up and they get a stop or force a turnover or get a sack or something like that. Get the ball back with a chance to take the lead. Maybe they could have made the difference there. I thought it definitely played to State's favor, and I think today, okay, you're going to get a few fans there, but Vanderbilt's used to playing in front of very few fans, unfortunately for them to say. The game here last year, we thought, we were like before kickoff, where are the Vanderbilt fans? There was like a couple of thousand people in their colors, and they made a little noise because they scored some points, but it was the first, there was 25, 30,000 LSU fans there. Obviously, that won't be the case today. So I think Vanderbilt's kind of used to that. So I think, again, LSU will have to generate their own intensity and energy. That's something Coach Orgeron talked about during the week, and I think Vanderbilt is used to having to do that for themselves.
Scott Rabelais from The Advocate is our guest. Scott, it seemed like Orgeron got a little bit more perturbed as the week went along, that the more he had a chance to rewatch film and see things in practice, the more aggravated that he got. Did you feel that? You sense that talking to him?
No question, because I asked him about playing to the LSU standard, and he talked about them not doing that. He talked about that, all week, and then Michael Cobble followed up on our when we talked to him after practice Thursday about seeing play. Michael said, look, I went back and watched the game, to get clips and stuff, and I saw a lot of players loafing, and he went off on that. He said that they made players run after practice on Monday. He said they're going to have a different energy. He said his energy is going to be different. As he said Monday, I guarantee you that, which is a great quote. I totally agree. I think, as I wrote today, this is, or written this week, this is kind of what you saw in 2004 after the national championship in 2003 and a little in 2008 after the national championship in 2007. You got to build to a certain standard and play that standard. This is the last frontier for LSU football. They won 3 national titles since 2003. Only Alabama has won more national titles in that time frame. So you're a national player. You're a national powerhouse. But the last frontier, the last hurdle for LSU is to be like Alabama and Ohio State, and maybe to a lesser degree Oklahoma. They have been in the playoffs for the last 5 years, and try to be that team that's there year in and year out. And that's a tough thing to do. That's a very tough thing to do. It's one thing to climb the mountains, another thing to get to the top and stay there. But that is where Orgeron knows his program needs to go, and he's trying to get him there. And it's difficult, but you have to have a standard, and you have to make people accountable for that.
Scott Rabelais covering LSU football on the road today versus Vanderbilt, joining us here on Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Scott, what do you anticipate from Derek Stingley Jr. today?
I think he'll play. We haven't heard anything different. He's been out of practice all week. Started in a non-contact jersey, coach said, but I think he'll play. Now Vanderbilt's, got a freshman quarterback. It's not going to be the same challenge that the LSU could have used him for against Mississippi State last week with Costello, who's a veteran quarterback. But I expect he'll do something that will alter the game in LSU's favor. And I think if he'd played last week, they might have won. I really do. I know, that's saying a lot considering they gave up over 600 yards passing. But I think he could have made the difference because Castillo was a little fast and loose with the ball at times. So I think he'll play. Will we see him the entire game? I don't know about that. He may be on something of a pitch count, but I think he'll be back for LSU and we'll make his presence known.
Scott, what did you think of the offensive line play a week ago? And I say that with the strong possibility that Dare Rosenthal is certainly not going to start. We understand he's going to dress, and we'll see if he plays at all, but he'll have to go with a new left tackle.
Maybe it's a little sacrilegious to say I know LSU won the blocking award last year, but for the best offensive line in the country, I thought Joe Burrow made them look better last year than they were. I think Joe, stepped up in the pocket a lot, and moved around and kept plays alive until guys could get open and eventually just couldn't cover everybody. And I saw some more of that last week. And obviously, if Rosenthal doesn't play, it complicates things a little bit. Mississippi State's pass rush was good. They stunted, they twisted, they did a lot of things to keep LSU off guard. And this is probably Vanderbilt's strength of their team is their defensive front. So this is going to be another challenge for LSU. I hate to keep comparing Miles to Joe Burrow because he had the greatest season ever for a college quarterback, but it's not fair. But he is not as mobile as Joe. He's no Zach Mettenberger, who looks like a statue in the backfield. But he's not Joe either. But he's got some moves, and he needs to step up in the pocket a little bit at times, a la maybe Drew Brees, to keep some plays alive.
Pick 6 in Tuscaloosa for Alabama as the Crimson Tide extend the lead over Texas A&M with 6 minutes remaining in the first half, 27-14 with an extra point pending. We are talking to Scott Rabelais here on Eagle 98.1. Rabs is up in Nashville covering the LSU Vanderbilt game. Make sure and keep up with everything with Rabelais on Twitter, at Scott Rabelais, and over at The Advocate. Scott, what did you make of what happens here between weeks 1 and 2 for the defense and Pelini? So much criticism after what they allow with Mike Leach's offense, giving up the 600 yards of passing yards. Look, Costello looks like a front runner for the Heisman last Saturday. How does Orgeron and Pelini bounce back from this? What do you think was the communication like this week around the operations building, and what do you expect to see tonight?
Well, like I said, I think there needs to be more. I think it looked like they were wedded to a type of play, and they stuck with it. They want to be more aggressive. They said, from the entire off season, up until game time last week, going to be more blitzing, going to be more aggressive. Some veiled shots at Dave Aranda's type of defense, quite honestly, from both Orgeron and Scott Woodward during the TAF caravan, the virtual caravan. And so, okay, this is what you want to do, but you got to be flexible. And again, I think you're not facing as big a challenge this week in the passing game, from Vanderbilt. You're not as potent an offense. You get an All-American back in the secondary. I think they won't have the same challenge, of course, but so obviously they'll do much better today. But you got to maybe pick your spots and decide when to drop into coverage. But part of the thing too, guys, last week, and maybe I'll disagree or not, is that because you had so many young guys playing new spots and transfers and things like that with Evans, maybe they just said, look, we got to stick with what we planned because we can't be making last-second changes with these guys. And that could be a part of it as well. So I think you'll see a more flexible defense, still aggressive, but and more able to snuff out the Vanderbilt offense, which like I said, not the same challenge.
Scott, thanks for spending a few minutes with us. Have a safe trip back. We'll talk to you when we get back to Baton Rouge.
My pleasure, guys. Take care.
And we will take a break. We will be back, give you an update on all of the scores, and we'll be handing it to Matt Moscona and T-Bob Hebert here at the bottom of the hour. Presented by your local Super Chevy dealers is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
During these challenging times, we know your healthcare needs don't stop. Cancer, accidents, injuries, and heart disease are relentless. So we are relentlessly innovating to keep you safe, both virtually and in person. Connecting you with providers remotely, advancing clinical spaces, providing rapid and accurate testing, social distancing, and certified cleaning protocols. We are Auctioner, and we will not slow down. Auctioner Health, innovating healthcare.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have
Eagle 98.1. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino College Football Scoreboard. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino Hotel in Natchez. It's not what you play, it's who you play with.
All right, we start with games in progress. Alabama's pick six that we told you about before the break, and it is 28-14 Alabama over Texas A&M. The Aggies do have the ball back in Alabama territory. 3.5 minutes to go to the break there. Najee Harris has scored 2 touchdowns for Alabama. Mac Jones has thrown for 226 yards and a score. And John Mechie Jr., the third, has 114 yards and a touchdown. Number 12, North Carolina, has just scored. They now lead Boston College 20-13. Sam Howell has thrown 2 touchdown passes for the Tar Heels. Army finishing up with Abilene Christian. They lead 48-7. That game is late in the fourth quarter. They've gone to halftime in Cincinnati. The number 15 Bearcats lead South Florida 14-0. Almost to half in Stillwater, all Oklahoma State. The number 17 Cowboys lead Kansas 31-0. Shane Illigworth, who began the season as the third-team quarterback but has taken over as the starter in the with the injuries, has thrown 2 touchdown passes. Chuba Hubbard, 109 yards and 2 scores in the first half. SMU leads number 25 Memphis 24-17. Mustangs had sprinted out 24-3 in this one. Memphis has gone back-to-back touchdowns here. Shane Buechele for SMU, and he's been in college a long time.
He has been in college for a long time.
He's thrown for 302 yards and a touchdown. There's still 3 minutes to minute and a half now to the break.
Reggie Roberson, big day wide receiver for SMU, 3 catches, 182 yards and 2 touchdowns.
A healthy average.
Those are nice numbers going into half.
Kansas State leads Texas Tech 7-0. Been kind of a light day, other than Texas and TCU, but a light day for scoring for a lot of Big 12 teams today. Into the first quarter, Charlotte leads Florida Atlantic 10-0. Also at the end of one, Duke and Virginia Tech are tied at 7. Kentucky and Ole Miss 14 apiece. That is about halfway through the second quarter. Man, Jacksonville State leads Florida State 14-0. To say it's been a tough start for Mike Norvell is a huge understatement, but to lose to Jacksonville State, if this holds up, I don't know. I don't know what you say about that.
They have gotten a score.
14-7.
They have gotten a score 14-7 and made it a little bit closer. But I'm with you, Charlie. I mean, at what point do you start to look for the bottom if you're Florida State? You would think you have gotten there.
The bottom would be Jacksonville State.
Yeah, that's what you would think so.
Western Kentucky and Middle Tennessee are just underway. Now, earlier finals, number 3 Florida beat South Carolina 38-24.
Yeah, as we've told you, an enormous day for Kyle Trask again here in week 2 of SEC action. 21 of 29, 4 touchdowns for the junior signal caller for the Gators.
That's 10 in 2 weeks, touchdown passes for Trask. Number 9, Texas falls to TCU. The Horned Frogs win again over Tom Herman, 33-31.
7-2 is Gary Patterson, and TCU's record against Texas since joining the Big 12 in 2012.
Sam Ehlinger, those 4 touchdown passes for Texas in the loss. Number 21, Tennessee, with an impressive win over Missouri, 35-12. Took control of this game early and kind of pulled away in the second half.
Yeah, look, this is 4 straight conference wins for Tennessee dating back to last season. Jarrett Garantuano this afternoon was 14 of 23 for 190 yards and a score.
It's longest winning streak in the country now.
Yeah.
Belongs to Tennessee. Yeah. NC State beat number 24 Pittsburgh 30-29. The 4th touchdown pass for Leary, the NC State quarterback, was the last one came with under a minute to go. Georgia State beat East Carolina 49-29. It was Coastal Carolina over Arkansas State 52-23. Double overtime in Morgantown. West Virginia beats Baylor 27-21. First loss for former LSU D coordinator Dave Aranda at Baylor. Baylor scored on the first play of the first overtime. They were the second team to have the ball, and then so they turn right around, had the ball again, throw another ball to the end zone, but this one's intercepted, and West Virginia drove it in for the winning score.
Yeah, Charlie Brewer on the day for Baylor, 3 touchdown scores, but as Hanny was talking about there, a big interception late in that game that led to West Virginia's game-winning touchdown.
UAB beat UTSA 21-13. It was Liberty over North Alabama 28-7, and Army has now finished with Abilene Christian. That final was 55-23. Kicking at the top of the 5 o'clock hour, Navy and Air Force. This will be the first game this season for the Falcons. Georgia Southern is at UL Monroe. That's a 6 o'clock kick. 6:30 kicks, a big one between the hedges in Athens. Number 7, Auburn, and number 4, Georgia.
It has been a long time since Auburn has gone into Athens and gotten a win between the hedges. They'll try to do it for the first time in 15 years tonight as this one kicks at 6:30. Georgia's going to kick this thing off as a 7.5-point favorite. The total in this one is 43.5.
Big question to me is JT Daniels. Will he start? Will he play? If he doesn't start, how long does it take for him to come into the game? Or does Stetson Bennett go in there on a short leash? Or Daniels wasn't cleared to play in the first game. He is cleared today.
And I know everybody's talking about Georgia's quarterback. What does Bo Nix do against this stout Georgia defense? Georgia's defense going into this one has the reputation as one of the best units in college football. Nix, in his second year, along with wide receiver Seth Williams, will have a huge test coming up this afternoon in Athens.
And a lot of it's going to be on Nix because they couldn't run the ball against Kentucky last week. Georgia's a lot better defensively up front than Kentucky, so a lot of it's going to be on Nick. I love Williams, though.
Love
2
him.
Beautiful touchdown catches a week ago. Kind of helped out his quarterback on both of them.
Is a big frame and plays bigger than he is. He went over the top last week to catch a big touchdown pass. That was over Kelvin Joseph, the former 5-star LSU cornerback. But Williams last week, 6 catches, 112, 2 scores. He'll be the primary target for Bo Nix this afternoon in Athens.
Other 6:30 kicks are Tulsa at number 11 UCF, Arkansas at number 16 Mississippi State. This is one of those deals where, man, if they let a full crowd in, what do you think Mississippi State would have at Davis Wade tonight if they were coming home off that victory against LSU? I mean, you wouldn't be able to find a ticket.
Did you see the bandwagon promotion they put out? That was great earlier this week. I mean, they are endearing themselves to their fan base. That place would be raucous tonight. Davis Wade would be something to see as Leach plays his home opener with the Bulldogs.
Number 18, Oklahoma tries to bounce back from their loss to Kansas State a week ago. They travel to Ames, take on Iowa State. Sooners a little bit better than a touchdown favorite, 7.5 there. But that's been a tough place for them. Under Matt Campbell, Iowa State has given Oklahoma all they've wanted.
Big spot here for both squads as Oklahoma looks to bounce back after last week's loss. Kansas State came into Norman to upset Boomer Sooner, and Iowa State has had a tough start to the season as Billy Napier and the Cajuns went in to Ames in week 1 and shocked Iowa State. Let's see what Matt Campbell and his crew can do tonight versus Spencer Rattler and Oklahoma as they go into Ames, Iowa. This will be at Mid-American Energy Field for the 6:30 kickoff.
Also, 6:30 kick for Southern Miss and North Texas, and the final game of the night, 7 o'clock. Virginia goes to number 1 Clemson. Tigers a 4-touchdown favorite and trying not to look ahead because next week they've got the Canes.
Yes.
So
Travis Etienne, leading rusher for Clemson, of course, a Louisiana native, as he has got 1 touchdown on the season.
And that is your college football scoreboard. We will take a break. Keys to the V is next. Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Started making beer at home and immediately fell in love with it. After like the day of my first batch of brewing, I was already thinking, can I do this for a living?
Oh yeah, obsessed with it. He was totally consumed by it, and then looked at me one day and told me I was put on this earth to brew beer. And I was like, wow, that is such a bold statement. And if you can say that about anything, then you need to follow your dream and do it.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations.
Eagle 98.1. Eagle 98.1 Game Day. Keys to the V. Presented by eTel Business. eTel Business. All fiber solutions at the speed of business.
All right, you first.
LSU has talked all week, and Ed Ogeron has gone back and referenced the Troy State loss a couple of times throughout press briefings this week and when it meant to the program. So for LSU, a bounce back, right? Communication both on the sidelines, creating your own energy on the field. You get Derek Stingley Jr. back. So just an energy pickup here for this program. Get another chance to get back out onto the field and compete finally a chance to flush last weekend from a competitive standpoint. Come in tonight, create your own energy, and play high, play fast.
Words I never thought I would say on this show. They need to run the ball more. Run the ball. 7 yards a carry last week for A&M. Isaiah Spiller did a lot of that damage. There's a couple aspects to this. Number one, I think it gets Miles Brennan more comfortable. I think you keep him on schedule. You keep him in some 2nd and 6s. You keep him in some 3rd and 3s, 3rd and 2s, and you're not constantly looking at a lot of incompletions on first down. There's a lot of 2nd and 10s. You get behind schedule. You get behind the sticks. So run the ball. Gordy told us that we may be a little bit, or there may be a little bit of a limit on what Chris Curry can do. So we may see more of Ty Davis-Price, John Emery. Davis Price in particular, big physical back, can just wear you down. So it's about run the football. And I think the second thing it does, Jordy, is that Cam Wire is probably going to get the start at left tackle. I don't think you want to put him into anything he can't handle if you can help it. Always want to talk late in the week about helping him. And that brings back some bad memories to the max protects that we've seen in past years. But if you're going to chip with him with a back or whatever, if you're going to put a tight end over there, then run the football. If you're going to do that, give him the help that he needs, but don't try not to compromise the passing game too much if you don't. So that's me. That's my key. Run the football.
And look, that goes into the offensive line play. They're looking for a bounce back as well, and they will have their challenges if Cam's going to get the start. And it looks like, as you say, Cam Wire will get the start at left tackle for LSU. This is his first start. He's a big-time recruit coming out of East Ascension a couple of years back. He has not played. He wore a red shirt. So, I mean, you're talking about a red shirt sophomore here who's got a real big opportunity to step in and play tonight against a Vanderbilt defensive line that I know we've highlighted and we've expressed this, but you're talking about Pro Football Focus coming out of last week's competition and grading this Vanderbilt defensive front as the top group and the top unit of defensive linemen in college football last weekend. So this LSU offensive line is stepping into a fist fight tonight at Vanderbilt Stadium. So yes, to go along with what Charlie said, that there's no better way to instill your will on somebody than just line up and try to run it right at them.
Alabama and A&M go to the break. It is 35-14. There was some signs of life there for A&M when they got it back to 14-14, but Alabama's so much the better here. It's not even close.
2 costly timeouts for Jimbo and his sideline on offense a couple of possessions ago that had a pick 6 by Kellen Mond is the way that ended. And since then, it has been a snowball in Tuscaloosa. And yes, you were right. Right now, Charlie, the better team is flexing their muscles. Devontae Smith just caught his 24th touchdown pass of his career, which ties him for 4th all-time in Alabama's program. As the Tide extend their lead and look like the far superior squad here. As we told you, what was it, 17 when this thing kicked off was the number?
17 or 18.
In Tuscaloosa, looks like it's not going to be it won't be that close as Alabama's starting to run away with it.
Watching Kentucky and Ole Miss, Kentucky has run the football extremely well in this game. Ole Miss had a couple of big plays. Kentucky squandered an opportunity when they fumbled inside the 2-yard lines the second week in a row that they've turned the ball over down that deep. Does look to me like Kentucky is the certainly the more physical of these two teams, and they're getting their way in the trenches. But Matt Corral is doing enough things to keep them off balance and keep them in this ball game. This should be a really competitive. Kentucky's driving here. We are inside of 2 minutes, and they have all 3 timeouts left, so they are on the Ole Miss side of the field. But this promises to be a real interesting second half.
It's very impressive to see the way that Lane Kiffin can draw up and create opportunities for his offense. We've got a touchdown in Tallahassee. Jacksonville State has gone up 21-7 here. And Florida State has just lined up for a 4th down inside of their own territory, and Jacksonville State has stopped them to get the ball back.
You got to be kidding me.
2:20 remaining in the second quarter.
Wow. Oh, I believe you.
Oh no, they gave him a spot.
They gave him
a first out.
Okay.
Look where they are. Look where he lined up and went for it.
You're going for it there. You're in a little bit of a desperate situation.
Desperate,
wouldn't you say? Jacksonville State. Ryan Perrilloux, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Jacksonville State.
The Gamecocks
beat Ole Miss in a game at Oxford.
In Oxford?
The one time.
That wasn't was it?
No, I think that was
Houston Nutt?
I think so. But don't hold me to that.
Yeah.
I have to go back and look. What do you think of Georgia and Auburn tonight? We've got a couple minutes left before we.
I like Auburn. I really
Yeah.
do. For some reason, I think that the quarterback spot, let's say JT Daniels is the guy, because I believe he is. This is a stage that you would think you would call his card. Charlie, this is his first live action since being cleared off of a knee injury, and you're going to throw him against an Auburn defense that look, this is by far the best athletes he's lined up across from. This is not the Auburn defense from last season, but they got some guys that are going to be flying around out there, and Kevin Steele, is going to have a plan for this. I like Auburn in a tight game. I think Georgia's defense obviously is going to create some difficult, it's going to create some difficulties for Nix in the offense. But I like Auburn in this spot.
And I'm the other way. I like Georgia mostly because of the defense, and I think that they're going to have to ask Bo Nix to do too much. If you can't run the football, and they couldn't run the football against Kentucky last week, Georgia's a better defensive front. If you can't run the football there, then you sort of hand the football to Bo Nix. Now, you got a good point about Daniels. How well is he going to be ready to go? I can't answer that. I do know that if they got to play Stetson Bennett the whole game, that's probably not a good thing for Georgia. I think he's limited. He was fine last week against Arkansas. He did what he needed to do, but I got to get the other guy in.
Yeah.
I got to get the other guy in. I got to hope that the other guy is ready to play. Florida impressive today, but the other thing that struck me out of that game is, as we're watching the highlights here and we're wrapping up, that South Carolina really hung in there. They took their best punches, and had they not dropped, I don't know, Musso, 7, 8, 9 balls,
Yeah,
something
around
like that.
7 or 8, yeah.
They dropped 2 touchdowns.
They dropped 2 on the last drive. They dropped 2 touchdowns.
They are a scrappy bunch. Now, and the quarterback is not bad, Colin Hill.
Yeah.
He's done some nice things there. They didn't win, but they did enough to where I'm certainly not chalking that up as an LSU win, just automatic. And I think that I was before the season.
We led the show with this theme, and that's dangerous now in just putting W's next to LSU's remaining schedule. Outside of the next 2 games, and look, we talked about it. If Ed Ogeron had his way where he could script his schedule, I think after last week he would have said, we'd like to play Vanderbilt, Missouri. Well, here you go. Here's 2 good get-right games for the program. But after that, you can't chalk any of them up as W's, just because you look around the conference and everybody's in fistfights. And like South Carolina this afternoon, it was very impressive to see the way that they competed against Florida.
You guys whiskey and wine?
Whiskey and wine, and
show?
after tonight, we'll be at Don Juan Cigar Bar, where we were last week. Great host with the regulations being lifted here in the city. The bar's open. We expect some guests in there tonight, so it'll be cool. Yes, exactly. As soon as the game goes final, click on the YouTube Watch app or on Facebook Live, and Moscona and I will be there from Don Juan Cigar Bar.
And as soon as you guys are finished, we'll pick back up Eagle 98.1 Game Day about 90 minutes after the end. T-Bob and myself. T-Bob's got his headband on and his Hawaiian shirt, so he's ready to go. Moscona looks very excited to spend some time with T-Bob Hebert here. Kentucky going to get it in with under 30 seconds to go to the break.
Wow.
Extra point would make it 21-14 Wildcats, under 30 seconds to go there.
It's a great game in Lexington.
Yes, very entertaining. All right, for Musso and Paul O'Neill, for Jordy Collada, I'm Charles Hanniger saying thank you and good afternoon. Hand it over to the Scoreboard show on ESPN and to the network on Eagle. Presented by your local Super Chevy dealers. This is Eagle 98.1 Game Day.
Started making beer at home and immediately fell in love with it. After like the day of my first batch of brewing, I was already thinking, can I do this for a living?
Oh yeah, obsessed with it. He was totally consumed by it, and then looked at me one day and told me I was put on this earth to brew beer. And I was like, wow, that is such a bold statement. And if you can say that about anything, then you need to follow your dream and do it.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares.
Now, the 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. Live from the Mercedes-Benz of Baton Rouge studios. Here's Matt Moscona and T-Bob Hebert.
Happy Football Saturday! Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. He's T-Bob. I'm Matt. Thanks to Musso and Paulie for hanging out with us as well. 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge and the Watch 104.5 ESPN YouTube channel. If you want to hang out, get your comments in, you can do so via the chat. 2 hours from kickoff, LSU and Vanderbilt. We'll walk you right up to it, get you caught up with what's going on all around the world of college football. Been watching games today?
Yeah, I have. I randomly got sucked into NC State Pitt, which was really good. Pat Narduzzi's squad. It's a Pitt coach for anybody out there who doesn't know.
Where did Pat Narduzzi coach before?
We already talked about this, so I already answered you, so I don't feel the need to do so again.
Well, just for our audience, where did he coach before he went to Pitt?
And then also, how about Texas? I mean, dude, they just every week, just can't get it done. Texas decided, well, the entire Big 12 is not back, but I love watching Texas leave. How about this? Texas is 2-7 in their last 9 against TCU. Like, I realized it had been bad. I didn't quite realize it had been that bad.
Yeah, that's a program that Texas is, I don't want to compare it apples to apples with Tennessee, but they had a legendary coach, was waning, and they just have never found consistent, solid footing since.
Yeah.
Tennessee looks like they're on the road. There was a really nice win today at home against Missouri. And not that Missouri's any great shakes, but if you want to establish yourself as a strong program, those are the games that don't need to be eventful. Like, you're supposed to beat Missouri. Next week, LSU is supposed to handle Missouri very easily in your own stadium. So Tennessee did that. We will get you caught up on all the scores from around college football over the next 2 hours, walking you right up to LSU and Vanderbilt. So glad to have you hanging out with us.
Has Michigan State played yet today? Oh, I just had him on the mind because that's where Narduzzi was before. He was a DC over at Michigan State. So I was just thinking about it a little bit.
You just Googled Pat Narduzzi.
That's, prove it. Okay, well.
He's got Pat Narduzzi's Wikipedia open.
That is actual proof.
Top 25 scoreboard.
The Luba Workers Comp College Football Scoreboard. Luba Workers Comp. Genuine dependability.
You're so stupid.
All right, let's start.
If you're going to try to play that, I mean, at least close out the window.
No,
I'm going to turn around.
It's actually workplace harassment since you were just touching my things without asking me. So expect a call from Faye soon. Last night, some ranked action. Number 22, BYU. I don't know where they go this season.
Do whatever I want, right?
But BYU is dominating this year. They continue that trail of domination as they beat La Tech 45-14. They moved to 3-0.
You know the offensive coordinator is at BYU, yeah?
Jeff Grimes.
How about that, man?
Former LSU
The
line
guy
coach.
who was an offensive line coach at LSU goes over to BYU and is making a little bit of hay, man. I watched some of that game. I actually had Tech in the 24.5, and it didn't work out so good. BYU got up. They had a 28-point second quarter, or 21-point second quarter. It was 28-7 at half. They never looked back.
Yeah, they came out of the gate looking real dominant. And isn't it one of those weird things where, like, they could go undefeated this year and maybe even be in the conversation if enough losses happen?
Hey, Hoss, I don't think anybody's going undefeated this year.
Not even BYU in this schedule? Okay, well, we'll have to see. Also, Eric Mateos, former O-line assistant, now the O-line coach there. Texas A&M, number 13, trails Alabama, who's second in the nation, 35-14 at half. Who's shocked? Not me.
A&M has moved the ball against Alabama. A pick six certainly didn't help, but I don't know. I got A&M in the 18, so I'm just hoping they cover the number.
Okay. We'll see. Alabama lets off the gas late sometimes.
They always do. Nick seldom covers big numbers.
Number 12, North Carolina, currently in a dogfight at halftime at Boston College. They are leading that one 21-16.
Interesting game. One of the storylines we talk about throughout the year is who could be the team potentially to threaten Clemson. Is it Miami? Is it North Carolina? Who is the team in the ACC that might have a pulse? Maybe it's Notre Dame. I don't think that's the case.
They're in the ACC now.
This season they are, but But anyway, North Carolina struggling with Boston College is not
I forgot
a great look.
to say, with Alabama looking so good, I would like to start the campaign that this is an asterisk year. Nothing really counts. If they want to add another fake national championship, be my guest, but it will never be acknowledged by this crew. With 11:31 left in the third.
Anything that happens this year.
We know because you love Alabama, so nobody listening is surprised.
I just
number
think
15,
everybody who wins something this year, especially if you're playing in a conference-only schedule, that's even more legitimate. You're playing 10 conference games.
Yeah, for sure. We get it. You miss Saban.
I
Number
do.
15,
I love it.
Cincinnati, currently leading South Florida 14-0 with 11:22 left in the third.
I laid the 20 with Cincinnati, so I need a little bit more here.
America.
But Cincinnati, it's relevant, obviously, because they're the team that seems to be the favorite to be the group of 5 rep in the New Year's Six. So keep an eye on Cincinnati for that reason, if nothing else.
At the beginning of the third quarter, there's only one undefeated team left in the Big 12. And they're going to remain undefeated today as Oklahoma State is leading Kansas 38-0.
Remember, Oklahoma State had a dogfight on its hand against Tulsa in the season opener. No problem here against Kansas. I look at we'll maybe go deeper dive into this when we talk about the Kansas scoreboard. But, I mean, Les Miles, why?
It's a lot of money. I mean,
Why?
Could have told you. At halftime, number 25, Memphis is trailing SMU 24-20. This is one of those. There's a few of these on the docket today where you have a team that's played 3 games going up a squad that's only played 1. Pretty odd times.
So SMU is 3-0, Memphis is 1-0, and those are, again, 2 other teams that will be sort of in that conversation with Cincinnati for the New Year's Six of the Group of 5.
Maybe the strongest team in the country so far, not named Alabama. The number 3 Florida Gators take care of business against South Carolina 38-24. The Kyle connection remains strong. Kyle Pitts for Heisman.
South Carolina gave it a go early and tried to make a late push, too.
Florida was kind of chilling by that point.
I don't know, man. If South Carolina could catch the ball, like this could have been way more interesting. But we'll talk about that more in the SEC scoreboard. But Florida looks very good.
They do look very good, and Pitts adds 2 more touchdowns to his total today. What's he up to now? 6 on the season, I believe. Did he have 4 last week?
Yeah.
Wow. A final.
And he had another one today that they ruled his toe, and it was barely, on the line, on the chalk.
A final in Austin as TCU goes into Austin and comes away with a 33-31 win over the top 10 Texas Longhorns. Another disappointment for Texas.
Nice win for Gary Patterson and TCU, and I think they probably have found their quarterback in Max Duggan. That's been the problem at TCU, where they've had sort of back-to-back-to-back subpar years by their standard after back-to-back-to-back top 10 finishes.
Yeah.
like they just hadn't had a quarterback since. It feels like the offense like they had with Andy Dalton and just like Casey Pahal was there for a bit. Like it feels like they might be getting that offensive groove back.
Yeah, I mean it was a nice battle back and forth. Both teams kind of scoring, making plays late, but TCU comes out on top in the end. A final in Tennessee as the Volunteers looking like a ranked SEC team should look for the second week in a row. They take care of business against Mizzou at home, 35-12. Okay, Pruitt, the human thumb.
Longest win streak in the country.
Yeah, that's right. Pruitt, dude, he's unstoppable. Coach of the year. Put money on it now. You're welcome. Mortal lock. This is like one of Otter's mortal locks. You got to follow it. A final in Pitt. NC State, the Wolfpack, stuns the Panthers as they win 30-29.
Did they stun them?
Narduzzi's squad couldn't get it done. It was back and forth affair, but in the end, Devin Leary, he got the ball back with 1:43, no timeouts. He drives the length of the field, game-winning back shoulder fade with 20 seconds left. Are you kidding me? Go Pack. I had a ton of fun watching it. I don't know why you're looking at me like that.
Because nobody cares about NC State.
Oh,
Pitt.
no.
And you just spent more time on that game that nobody cares about than anything else.
30-29, game-winning throw. What are you
talking about? Two irrelevant teams in an irrelevant conference.
That's NC State's first-ranked road win since 2017.
Next.
6:30 tonight. Number 7, Auburn travels to Sanford Stadium. Between the hedges. Take on the Dogs of the South's oldest rivalry.
This is the third year we've done this. When
number
there isn't a
7
score,
number
just
4.
go.
Oh, okay, 6:30 tonight. Tulsa at UCF, number 11. Golden Knights. Group of 5? Canada? Also at 6:30, Arkansas versus Mississippi State. LSU fans, figure out how real last week was. If Arkansas does well, prepare to cry into your pillows. In that same slot, number 18, Oklahoma will travel to take on Iowa State, where they say it's going to be tough. We'll see. Number 20, LSU travels to Nashville for a little rock and roll as they hope to roll over the Commodores. And then at 7 tonight, Virginia at number 1, Clemson. Can Virginia make it a game? No. Clemson favored by 28.
Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. They're about to kick off the second half in Tuscaloosa. See if the Aggies can rally. It's 35-14 Bama at the half. They did have the benefit of a pick 6 in that game, although A&M did have an interception. They returned into the red zone and it ended up converting to a touchdown there. But A&M also has a missed field goal. They've moved the ball in this game, but they've just been unable to keep pace with Alabama. So we'll see if the Aggies can get back into it. They are kicking off to Alabama here to start the second half. So we'll keep you posted on all the 2:30 action around the country as it moves forward. We'll come back at your full SEC scoreboard when we return on the Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank.
During times of trouble, hope keeps us calm, and courage keeps us strong. Here in Louisiana, we know this better than most. After all, we've faced hardship, but hurricanes and floods never washed away what makes us strong. It's our culture, the spirit of resilience that says rise and rise up again. We'll make it through the tough times, we always do. And Blue Cross will always be here to support you.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Master Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Master Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life, on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
So Alabama goes 3-and-out to start the second half. They punt to Texas A&M. Aggies trailing 35-14. One of two SEC games currently in action. Let's get you caught up on an SEC scoreboard.
The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company, the bank that cares about you.
All right, let's get to a little SEC scoreboard. As Scone just mentioned there, 13 minutes left in the third. Texas A&M with the ball in Alabama territory, 1st and 10. They're trailing 35-14. If they want to make something happen, they have to do it now. Though this feels like really everybody's just watching this to see if they cover the 17.
I got 18.
Oh, well, congrats to you.
Yeah, so I'm really hopeful there. But A&M has moved the ball, and I think I am at least moderately interested in this from the standpoint that Saban's defense is one of the narratives over the past few years is that they have given up yards and they have given up points. And A&M has moved the football against them today. Presently, Mond has thrown for 148 yards, 2 scores. I mean, they've found some success moving the football. They had a missed field goal on the opening possession of the game, but they've moved it consistently throughout this game. I mean, A&M's already up to 228 total yards of offense to start the third quarter.
Hey.
I mean, they're on pace for almost 500 yards.
Did they move the football today? You told us enough times. At halftime, Kentucky leads Ole Miss 21-14.
Curious to see how Lane Kiffin's squad moves the football today.
That was the only way you could go there. Nicely done.
It's 21-14.
I thought it might be a little worse here.
I maintain last week Kentucky was a better team than Auburn.
Oh.
And Kentucky won the line of scrimmage against Auburn. Kentucky wet the
bed. Did that hold in the second half? Because I feel like we went on air and I stopped watching as much. In the first half, I agree with you.
Do you remember what happened at the end of the first half?
Yes.
Kentucky,
yeah.
It looked like Kentucky scored.
Yes.
They reviewed it, took it off the board, and then Kentucky throws an interception into the end zone, which looked like Auburn had pick sixed. But then they said he stepped out, and Auburn got no points. Auburn added a couple of late scores in that ball game. Almost unthinkably, they converted. Right?
Hey, they're moving the ball. I told you, A&M's moving the ball. I told you.
Almost unthinkably, Stoops punted like at his own 20-yard line, or fake punted last week at his own 20-yard line. The moment looked really big for Mark Stoops, which is surprising considering he's been there so long. And I don't know. That was a game where I feel like Kentucky was going to look. They won the yardstick last week against Auburn. I think that's one of the games where Kentucky was going to go back and look at that film and think, man, you let one get away. A really nice potential road win get away. Kentucky's at home against Ole Miss. They're a better team, but I am going to be consistently interested in Ole Miss because I think what we learned last week with Ole Miss putting up 30 points and 500 yards against Florida is you can't sleep on the Mississippi schools because if you sleep, they can put up 30 and beat you in a 35-34 type game or a 44-34 type game. Like they're
they can.
Every league needs its doormats.
Especially if you don't do anything.
But every league needs its doormats. Like the Big 12 needs Kansas. Right,
the Big 12 is one giant doormat at this point.
The Big 10 needs Indiana.
Yeah,
like everybody needs their doormat.
Vanderbilt,
you know this.
We're looking at you.
You need your breather in the season, right? I mean, you need the game where it pops on the schedule. You go, all right, you need to rest him. Like Sadiq Charles has been smoking weed. And he's got to miss the SEC game. Cool, Vanderbilt on the road, perfectly. That's my point. Like the Mississippi schools have been that in the West. They're not this year.
I mean, it's how the West just gets even stronger.
Still
continues to boggle mind. How about this?
I laid the 6.5 with Kentucky.
In a 10-game, thank you. We're all so happy to know that. In a 10-game SEC schedule, what's a good record for Kentucky? 5-5?
Well, I think in a very bad SEC East,
6-4.
I would think they do better than that. I think that they're they lost at Auburn. I think they'd lose to Florida and Georgia, although they have a chance maybe to win one of those games. I think Kentucky's a team that probably looked at 7-3 this year. I don't know what their win total.
They do have Alabama from the West on there, and they have Florida.
Bama?
They picked up Alabama.
Okay.
Oh, no, we already knew they had Florida, obviously.
So 6-4.
But they did, so 6-4 is feeling like the play. The Tennessee game is going to be big for them.
They should be 6-4. If they're not 6-4, I think that's disappointing.
Okay. A final in Gainesville earlier as the Florida Gators moved to 2-0 with another impressive showing from Kyle Trask and company. Gators win 38-24 over Will Muschamp.
It's not just the stats, it's the efficiency for Trask. 21 of 29 for 268 4 scores. He did throw a pick in the ballgame. Interestingly, Colin Hill, the quarterback, who, remember, was with Mike Bobo at Colorado State, transferred to South Carolina. This is relevant because LSU's going to play South Carolina this year. But South Carolina, they must have dropped 10 balls in this game. There was one drive where South Carolina, and it was a one-score game. South Carolina threw 3 straight passes that the receivers dropped. Then they punt. Trask fumbles, fumbles on the first play, and then Carolina was able to convert the score. They were in this ball game. I mean, it was 14. They tied it at 14 at one point. And
that's
then
when they were in it. But to me, it felt like one of those games where the talent just so clearly won out over time.
I'm not saying Florida wasn't. Of course, they were the better team, but there was another play that looked eerily similar to the Todd Harris, Colin Hill play last week, where Florida zipped up the sideline, Carolina guy couldn't get him on the ground. But then at the end, it's a 2-score game.
Seen a lot of that. I mean, Alabama and A&M had
there's
that.
a little more than a minute to go in the ball game. And Carolina's got a goal-to-go situation, and they dropped 2 touchdown passes. Now, they would have had to get an onside kick and score, but, they dropped 2 touchdown passes. One of them was on 4th down from the one. Guy's wide open. It was a little behind it, but you gotta get the ball. I mean, it was astonishing, their inability to help out their quarterback, Colin Hill, today.
Oh, wow. Really big catch in the A&M game on 3rd and 11. Don't signal the first down. You're a yard short.
Let's go.
On 3rd and 11, though, he makes it 4th and 1 on the goal line. Does A&M kick a field goal? No, you have to go for it.
You're down 21. You got it.
I'll say this about Kyle Trask.
Oh, the field goal does put it at 18, so I'd be at a push.
Oh, there you go. I'll say this about Trask. I just thought he looked fantastic today. The pocket presence, how he manipulates the pocket. His accuracy is excellent right now. One of the throws I saw him make is it's one of those throws that you should not make, but you place it in the perfect 6-inch window, and thus your decision is justified. I am scared of Kyle Trask. A final in Tennessee as the Volunteers take care of business 35-12. I did not get to see pretty much any of this.
So I had Tennessee laying the 12.
Not so correct.
I did watch a lot of it. Tennessee this game was never in doubt. Tennessee controlled this game from start to finish, and it's the thing that's probably the best sign if you are a Tennessee fan is these are the types of games where you're expected to win, you're expected to be in control throughout. You're supposed to be able to just walk in the stadium, take care of your business in a workmanlike manner because you're the better team.
Yep.
It shouldn't be like it shouldn't be entertaining. I mean, you should just win. And Tennessee did today. I mean,
it's been so long for Tennessee fans.
It has.
So I think they would find I think they find it very entertaining, even though it did not rope me in.
Tennessee put up 422 total yards. They were balanced with 190 passing, 232 rushing. They controlled the yardstick. They did not turn the ball over. Like, Tennessee had a very solid win today. That was never in doubt. And so when you look at the East and everyone says, okay, it's Florida, Georgia, and it always seems like it's this battle for who's next in the hierarchy, who's going to take control. Is it South Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee? Like, Tennessee right now seems like that team.
Never been
that's the one that's climbing that ladder.
Yeah, they do. It does.
And you
feel
can't
like
say it's never been South Carolina because Spurrier had 3-11 win
Oh no,
seasons
sorry.
there.
I mean in the Muschamp era. Let's be clear. I'm not a Muschamp fan. No, and if you look at South Carolina football history, Spurrier's 3 seasons there are the ultimate anomaly. They played football since the early 1900s, right? And I want to say previous to Spurrier, they had 1 double-digit win season. So
he dropped it.
Yeah, he did drop it. It looks like in the A&M game. So likely a field goal attempt coming up, imagining. Did I have anything else to add here? Tonight at 6:30, number 7 Auburn travels to Athens to take on number 4 Georgia.
Who do you like?
I mean, I want to go against Georgia so badly. I'm not going to overthink it, though. I'm not fully sold on Bo Nix, and everybody raves about Georgia's defense. So ultimately, I'll still go with Georgia just because of defense. Lazy chalk take, but there it is.
I don't think that's a chalk take. I think this is one of those games that the odds makers love because they are going to make a killing on the people betting Auburn. Georgia's defense is so much better. They still have more talent at running back. The strength of Auburn's team a year ago was both lines of scrimmage. I mean, they were Derek Brown, Marlon Davidson. I mean, when you lose 4 offensive linemen,
Alabama, until they almost bottled up Burrow.
It's those guys are gone, and Georgia is a dominant defense. This is Georgia's. I think this is one of those games where Georgia a week ago, like A&M against Vanderbilt, was intentionally bland. I think Georgia a week ago on the road at Arkansas knew it could win with its defense, knowing what was ahead.
Well, JT Daniels is going to start today, right?
They haven't announced it. Let me check to see if
Kirby's
they've announced
still
it.
playing coy.
Yeah, I don't think JT Daniels starts. I think Hudson Mason's going to start, but I do think you're going to see.
So Stetson Bennett is the one who started last game, and then Hudson Mason started, and Stetson Bennett came in. Who started last week?
There's no Hudson Mason. It's Stetson Bennett.
Okay.
No, did I say Hudson Mason?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You threw me off.
Hudson Mason's a former quarterback. DeJuan Mathis started.
Actually, Hudson Mason played on my little brother's AAU team back in the day.
There you go. He does radio now. I think that's why it was on my mind.
Honey, what up,
no,
man?
my bad. So, DeJuan Mathis started, the redshirt freshman. And then Stetson Bennett, the former walk-on,
That's the guy who came in. Okay.
So I think Stetson Bennett starts the game.
Interesting.
But I think you'll probably see JT Daniels in this ballgame.
All right. At 6:30 tonight, Arkansas travels to Starkville for, the fans are going to be so happy to have Mike Leach and company back at home, whether they're there or not. What will really disappoint me, Matt, is if Arkansas comes out here. And the thing is, you would think schematically, there's so many better avenues to attack the air raid that they will have more success. I just hope that Mike Leach still puts up some sort of numbers this game and the offense rolls so that LSU's defense can feel a bit better about itself.
Arkansas had a really inspired effort last week against Georgia. Remember, they were in a 7-5 ball game at halftime.
That's because there's some pit maniacs.
Georgia was intentionally bland in that ball game, but I think you're going to get effort from Arkansas. Arkansas did have another defensive back opt out this week from the season. So Arkansas they are thin in their secondary. And it was a guy, it was a starter. It was a junior starter that they had opted out.
You think they'll go tight press man to man the whole game?
Hey, bro, but you know what? This defense right now is better than they were at any point a year ago.
Hey, chill.
Freaking Pinocchio. Anyway.
Chill.
But no,
Yes, sir!
Listen.
Sam Pittman and company, roll.
Here's my point.
Yeah. Musso, are you a believer?
You know what we just talked about with Tennessee? Like,
Yeah.
All right, Mississippi State, same goes here.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to accelerate this process.
If you think that you're establishing yourself in the pecking order,
Yeah.
you cannot bring in an Arkansas team which hasn't won a conference game in...
It feels like 3 years. I mean, I don't know, dude. Let's look. I'll look it up. I'll give you the exact answer.
Is the... whatever. Man, you cannot lose this ball game.
No.
If you're Mississippi State.
Okay, so it looks like they have not won since 2017 when they were 1-7 in the West.
Is that the Ole Miss game?
I'm not entirely sure. I'll have to look up the 2017 schedule, but they were winless.
They beat Missouri.
They were winless in 2018 and 19. They were 1-7. So
they beat Missouri.
They are 1-23.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no, because they already have one loss. So they are now 1-24 in their last 25 conference games.
I think Brett Bielema won like 3 conference games this whole time.
No, because remember the LSU thing was kind of the start of something. They had that 1-5-3 year.
In the conference?
In 2015, which I barely remember as well. That was the crest. Then it went to 3-5, then 1-7, and Bielema was out. Then the Chad Morris experiment for about a year and a half, and now we're here, Pittman. But I gotta respect the strategy. If your mascot is a hog, why not hire someone who resembles that animal? I get Tiger vibes from Coach O. It paid huge dividends here. I kind of like the strategy there in Fayetteville.
Texas A&M did add a field goal, so it's 35-17 Bama. Alabama has the football with 8 and change to play in the third quarter after a penalty, though, playing a 1st and 17. So we'll see if the Tide or if the Aggies can creep closer. We'll look forward to keeping you up to date with the second half of Florida and Ole Miss there. Of Kentucky and Ole Miss as they are just underway now in the third quarter. When we come back, we'll get you a Big 12 scoreboard. As T mentioned a bit ago, another top 10 teams fall today with Texas going down at home at the hands of TCU. We'll give you all the updates when we come back. It is Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
Started making beer at home and immediately fell in love with it. That's like the day of my first batch of brewing. I was already thinking, can I do this for a living?
Oh yeah, obsessed with it. He was totally consumed by it, and then looked at me one day and told me I was put on this earth to brew beer. And I was like, wow, that is such a bold statement. And if you can say that about anything, then you need to follow your dream and do it.
To the heroes who are working tirelessly to care for our communities, we thank you. We will never forget the countless hours you dedicated on the front lines, choosing to risk your own health to fight for our friends, neighbors, and family members.
I mean, you guys are out on the front lines fighting it.
We are grateful for your heroic acts and unwavering spirit. Together, we are overcoming this adversity and make our state healthier and more vibrant again. Ochsner Health.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. ServiceMaster Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
Oh, hey, what's up? It's Big D and Bubba, 100.7 The Tiger Morning Show. We'd love for you to join us every weekday, 4 a.m. till 9 a.m.
Yeah, everything you want in a show. Country music. We got laughs. We got celebrity in-studio guests. We just need you.
Join us every weekday morning, 4 a.m. to 9 a.m., right where it all started.
That's right. Louisiana's country station, 100.7 The Tiger.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life, on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
All right, Alabama has added a touchdown deep ball from Mac Jones. It is now 42-17. The Crimson Tide on top of the Aggies with 7:30 to play in the third quarter. Ole Miss and Kentucky have each scored. Actually, forgive me. No, that's still 21-14. That's the same score we had at halftime. So 21-14.
I thought
Kentucky.
it's 28-21 now. I think that might be behind. On the television we were just watching, it said 28-21 Kentucky. Ole Miss just scored a touchdown.
Okay, so 28-21 Kentucky on top of Ole Miss. 9:17 to play in the third. And let's take a peek at what's going on in the Big 12.
The Magnolia Bluffs Casino College Football Scoreboard. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino Hotel in Natchez. It's not what you play, it's who you play with.
The Big 12 continues to try to wriggle out of the college football playoffs as the favorites keep falling. But until we get there, we'll start with the last remaining undefeated team in the Big 12. Ugh. Number 17, the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Pew, 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 pew. Our leading Les Miles group 44-0. They'll move to 3-0 after today. And like I said, the lone remaining undefeated squad in that conference. The pandemic has hit the Big 12 in really weird ways.
What do you think is a more interesting storyline? Oklahoma State being undefeated or Les Miles just gaining absolutely no traction at all in year two?
I mean, I don't know that I guess...
I say more interesting. What's the more interesting storyline?
Oklahoma State, because there's nobody else that's undefeated. Not even for anything Oklahoma State has done. I don't want to say I expected it to be this bad at Kansas, but I had no level of expectation for Kansas with the Miles contract.
It is worth noting, Oklahoma State, when you look ahead, they get Texas at home. They do have to go to Oklahoma. They'll finish up the season at TCU. So there are some potential pitfalls there as well. And
they will screw it up. Let's be clear. Like they're not going to hold this the whole year.
I mean, I feel like the Big 12 is so unsettled. I keep waiting for a team to emerge. But then again, I look around college football, and I just don't know if this is a year where you're going to have an established hierarchy that is so far and above, just a cut above everybody else.
It's so dumb. I mean, if you're Texas, you got to be kicking yourself because it seems like the golden year, right? There's a huge power vacuum.
It's still
you
not
could
over.
Be filling that.
I mean, but for the same reasons we just said.
No,
we'll get to it, but
absolutely.
For the same reason we just said, I think every team that has lost, including a team like Oklahoma, which lost a week ago. I mean, Oklahoma has lost every year that they've been in the playoff 4 of the 5 years. They've lost each of those years. Yeah. But they find a way back in. They're very good at rebounding, which is why I think they will today. It's not to say that any of the teams that have lost already couldn't do the same.
That's fair. How about my Mountaineers, bro? We'll get there. With 3:28 left in the third, Kansas State tacks on a field goal. They are leading Texas Tech 17-7.
A little bit of a letdown spot. You would think
what is Kansas State's season so far? It's so crazy.
Kansas State has the big win a week ago against Oklahoma, but remember Texas Tech had Texas beat a week ago. And then ends up going, shouldn't have been in overtime, but did, lost. I mean, the old adage, never let a result one week beat you the next. You kind of look at Texas Tech and go, is this a letdown spot? Or maybe is Kansas State the team that is the one, year 200 Chris Kleiman? Are they the team that's sort of elevating here? Maybe, could be. It was week 1 against Arkansas State, your classic. Just got caught napping, and a good team just lost to a good group of 5 school that they weren't anticipating.
Oh, yeah. What a weird year for Kansas State, losing 35-31 to Arkansas State to start the year and then beating Oklahoma 38-35, and they lead 17-7 today. The big one from the day is the upset as TCU knocks off Texas in Austin 33-31. Texas was ranked 9th coming into this day. Texas offense had a lot of nice moments late, made it a game, but the defense just couldn't hold serve, and TCU wins it.
Did you see what happened at the end of the game?
No, I did not. I was actually in the car coming over here.
Okay. Well, no, it was over far before that because you and I walked in at the same time. But
you know how long I was in the car.
I know where you live. You weren't in the car for 2 hours getting here.
But you assumed that I came straight here from the house. And when you make assumptions, you make an ass of you and me, so I accept your apology.
But
now, what was your point?
You did say you were watching the Pitt NC State game.
I did.
Which would have been on at the same time.
That's right.
Yeah, how about that?
I actually prioritized Pitt NC State over it.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
It's fun playing mental gymnastics with you. It's just like the easiest win ever in my life.
Okay. Who did you want to be the coach? Tom Herman? I mean, what are we talking about here? Right? You want a Jimbo? Oh, that's going great too. Okay.
Like 90% of the fans, just none of them had enough sack to say it on air. And
yeah,
own it.
no, sure.
I'll own it.
Sure.
I'm glad to be wrong too. We'll see. Let's see. TCU. Texas has the ball at the 2-yard line, like a minute left. They're going in for the game-winning score. And Keontae Ingram extends the ball and gets it knocked out of his hands.
I was wondering why there was so much laughing going on in the group chat.
Bro, TCU fumbled Texas fumbled at the TCU 2. Like they're going
that's why
in.
they had the ball at the 2 then. Okay.
They're going in to win the game.
I did see TCU get the first down to close it out at the end. Damn.
If you're Texas, you're Keontae Ingram, it was a game that was kind of nip and tuck back and forth. Texas battle back. They get the lead late.
Yeah.
But you're right. You're literally, you're right there. They're at the 2. They were playing a 2nd and goal from the 2.
Isn't that kind of just like the karmic gods balancing last week's kind of against the odds comeback a little bit?
I don't know if I'd say it's karma, but there is something to be said if you're that kind of team. Like, you're going to have some of those that go your way.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword.
Some of those go. Look, it's like the thing I would say about Sean Payton. The thing about Sean Payton that makes him really aggressive will also drive you nuts sometimes. Like, the thing that'll let him run a trick play at the end of the game against Tampa when you got a big lead is the same thing that has him throw a challenge flag like a pissed-off teenager just because he wants to. It's like, hey, man, a little more rationale. But same here, I think.
He was a little tilted for sure. My favorite game of the day, my Mountaineers, the Neil Brain hype train leaves the station. Neil Brown. Choo-choo! West Virginia, take me home. 27-21, they beat Dave Aranda and the Bears in double overtime.
Double overtime was so interesting, too, because Baylor had the ball 2nd in overtime. They score on the first play.
Yeah.
So they tie it. So Baylor, in the first overtime, they tie it. And so they get the ball first. In the 2nd overtime, they go deep again, intercepted on first down. And then West Virginia got the ball and scored and won the game.
Yeah, how about our guy Doge?
But
Doge. It's Daggy. Beat you to it. He's a beast.
For those that don't know, T-Bob, very casually mispronounced the quarterback's name last week, not knowing what it was.
What's his first name?
Seth.
No, it's Jarrett.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, so Seth Daggy was the one that was at North Texas.
I don't know. I don't care.
Okay, yeah, you. Anyway, you know what I was most interested in watching, because I didn't get to see Baylor's opener because they played Kansas and I wasn't interested. I was interested in what Dave Aranda's offense was going to look like, because George Munoz is there, right? So George Munoz left LSU. He's the passing game coordinator at Baylor, and it looked a lot like what LSU did a year ago. A lot of zone read stuff, Charlie Brewer throwing on the run. I mean, it looked like a caffeine-free diet version of what LSU was a year ago. But it was,
Kind of how LSU looked last week.
Well, maybe.
I said you wanted 60% of Burrow. I feel like you got 60%. I don't know. Talk about it more later.
Do we have to?
No,
Right.
I guess not. But how about my Mountaineers, though, dude? Forget about
that's
Baylor.
a nice win.
How about my Mountaineers?
That's a nice win.
Let's go. We're burning couches tonight. Do y'all understand? The single greatest tradition in sports, in college sports, is taking place tonight as the hills of West Virginia will be alit with, pawn shop couches. At 6:30 tonight, number 18, Oklahoma travels to Ames to take on Iowa State. I feel like the media always tells me I'm supposed to be excited about Iowa State games. I just never really am excited about Iowa State games. Are you excited about Iowa State game?
No.
Yep.
But that one is a 7.5-point spread. It's a much shorter line than many would anticipate for this game. So probably a lot. What?
Whoa, sorry. This just popped in my head. I could have saved it. But Oklahoma drops to 18. LSU dropped to 20. So did Oklahoma actually have the biggest drop of anyone?
I don't know what they were before.
I think there were 3.
There were 3. They went 3 to 18.
There were maybe 4. Okay, 4 to 18 and 14 spots. Wow. Same thing. Never mind. Carry on.
I thought they were 3. We can check. But either way, let's see.
We'll call them the biggest loser.
The thing about Iowa State is, of course, they lost to ULL, but they beat ULL up and down the field on the yardstick that day. They gave up a punt return, a kickoff
America's
return.
team don't care, bruh.
As we've been over, it's
Go UL.
It's a very nice win, ULL.
Go Cajuns.
It's a very nice win, and good for you. You didn't wear deodorant today, did you?
Go Cajuns. I got cologne on today. You're lucky.
But when you lift your arms, that's wretched.
You are just jealous of the Cajuns. Once again, you missed the boat. Your terrible football analytical mind failed to see what was in front of your face, that America's team was going to pull it out, be undefeated.
What does that have to do with you not wearing deodorant today?
You're trying a little misdirection, but I sniffed it out, and I'm not buying it. Go Cajuns.
Are there really days when you don't put on deodorant?
Yeah, absolutely.
Bro, you're the only adult man I know that doesn't wear deodorant.
I don't have very hairy pits. No, it does matter. Musa, have you ever smelled me? We're in here every day.
I work with you every day, yes, yeah. I have. And just because you don't have hairy pits doesn't mean your armpits don't smell.
So you've never told me I smell?
I mean,
wow, so you just hold that in now?
You literally, all you
mean.
did was lift your arms to do that silly dance, and it wafted over here.
Go Cajuns. You're still upset because you're being a pure hater on Napier and what he's getting done over there.
I think he's a great coach, and he's going to be a really good coach somewhere else next year.
Go Cajuns.
Okay.
That's it. That's all the Big 12.
Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. Glad you're hanging out with us here. We are 1 hour and 15 minutes away from kickoff, LSU and Vanderbilt. Remember, as soon as the game goes final, Jordy Collada and I will be live at Don Juan Cigar Bar for whiskey and wine, and they are open now, so you're welcome to come join us if you want to come hang out post-game or to watch the game as well. I got 7 TVs over there, so we'll look forward to having you with us. We'll be live on the 104.5 ESPN Facebook and YouTube pages, so feel free to join us for post-game as soon as the clock hits 0. Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. Come back. We'll take a look at the ACC. Stick around.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front to Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front to Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front to Back Boat Services.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals. But many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life, on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
All right, Ole Miss is on the move. Kentucky leading the Rebels 28-21, 5 minutes to play in the third. Little injury timeout for a cramp. To be determined if it's actually a cramp or just trying to get Ole Miss to slow down. Mark Stoops is chewing this. Oh, my God. So Stoops came out. He had his mask down. And obviously, they told us, oh, look at Stoops.
What are the refs supposed to do, though?
He is all up in this ref's face.
What are the refs supposed to do with a fake injury thing? Because, I mean, can you tell a kid that he's not cramping?
Well, no, but that's Stoops' player.
Oh, okay.
So the ref was saying something, and Stoops had to put his mask back on. Like he was yelling at the ref, had to stop, put his mask on.
So okay, I guess I am asking then a more general question. Like there is no solution for the fake injured player, right?
You tell me.
I mean, we used to do it all the time. We would literally practice it. So
I would like to see a delay of game called, or
like some sort of penalty, or like you have to use a timeout if you have one. I would think that would be the play. If you have a timeout, you have to use one. Maybe if you don't, then it's a 5-yard penalty, or maybe not even that.
The tough part of it is if you actually do have an injury. Like for example, last year against Texas, when LSU played Texas, remember Texas had that 19-play drive? Do you remember that? Yeah. And on that drive,
people really work.
Chasson got hurt. Divinity hurt his shoulder. Glenn Logan and Rashard Lawrence both got hurt in that drive. So over the course of that drive, 4 starting defensive players went down, but they were all legitimate.
Yeah.
And Texas fans were booing, and I can understand the perception, but a 19-play drive is pretty taxing, man.
Oh, it's exhausting.
And whenever, when Divinity went down, it was really weird how he was making a tackle and his shoulder got caught up and he went down awkwardly. And I mean, it was a legit injury. He was done for the day.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I feel like it's a solutionless issue. You're just gonna have to deal with it.
What I think you can do is whenever you have when you have the very obvious ones of the guy who's like standing and they have on a wide shot, and then he looks to the sideline and goes, oh, and he just drops. Those are the obvious ones, and those are the ones I think you could have. I mean, I'm all
do
for
you put it to review or something.
I'm all for Sky Judge, right? Like I want a Sky Judge official where someone could whistle down and say drop your flag for delay a game.
It'd be so badass if the Sky Judge rode the Sky Cam. And he was just out there zipping around behind the action.
ACC Scoreboard.
The Luba Workers Comp College Football Scoreboard. Luba Workers Comp. Genuine dependability.
Hey, tell me that wouldn't be cool, though, dude.
That would not be cool.
Oh, no. Musos knows it would, Paul. You know it would, too. It'd be a hater. It'd be a fun idea. It's like how I tried to tell the NBA. So how they filled the Mandalorian was they got a giant warehouse, and the entire warehouse was one giant 4K
So the fourth quarter has started in
LED
Chestnut
screen.
Hill.
So imagine
4th and 7,
if the
North
NBA
Carolina punting. Carolina up 8-24 to 16. Boston College will start the drive at its own 10-yard line. Interesting because Carolina's ranked 12th in the country, but this is still a one-score game. Sam Howell so far, a nice day for the Tar Heels.
All right, with 7 minutes left in the third, Jack. So imagine if the NBA got that same building with the LED
Maybe the biggest
screens.
potential upset of the day if this holds. Jacksonville State in Tallahassee leading 0-2 Florida State, 24-21, 7.5 to play in the third quarter. We got to keep our eyes on this one because Florida State with Mike Norvell back looks lifeless and listless after getting pounded a week ago by Miami. They do not look good at all, and this would be a rock bottom moment should they lose to Florida State should they lose to Jacksonville State a week after getting pounded by the Rockets.
I feel like Florida State only exists for all of us that are around my age that grew up watching Florida State be incredible for 20 to 30 years.
Do you remember Florida State being incredible?
Yeah, with Bobby Bowden and company, they were the hotness. Peter Warwick back in the day.
So, but that was the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely catching the tail end. I wasn't really cognizant during the prime.
Florida State had an 11-year run where they finished top 5 11 straight years.
Yes.
And that started obviously early 90s and where they won the title in 93, then they won it again in 99. And they were in the BCS championship each of the first 3 years. They lost it to Tennessee in 98, won it in 99 when they beat Virginia Tech, then lost to Oklahoma in 2000.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say at that point was the fall off the cliff moment, but that's where the gradual decline happened. Now, they did have another year, I want to say, where they popped up and maybe made an Orange Bowl. I think.
Are you talking still in the Bowden era, you're saying?
Bowden and Paterno faced each other, I think, in an Orange Bowl, I want to say in 05. It ended up being a great game, like a classic game between the two, and I think Bowden won it. But those two went back like we're never going to retire because they were trying to get the wins record.
Yeah,
and then Bowden had to forfeit a bunch of games, and Paterno died, and there was all the scandal and everything.
My point is, if Florida State just exists for all of us that grew up on that Florida State now to be like, wow, look at how bad they are.
But doesn't it speak more to how impressive what Bobby Bowden did was? Because Florida State, at one point in their history, was an all-girls school. And they just started playing football. Look this up. I think Florida State started playing football.
I actually think it's more impressive what John Grass has done. Leader of Jacksonville State. I mean, 3-time Ohio Valley Conference Coach of the Year. He's got a few conference titles under the belt. National championship appearance. Working on another. I mean, it's no playoff for him to play for this year, but he's got the guys motivated. Shout out John Grass.
If we took away your computer, there's no chance you could do this show. None.
That's a pretty backwards thinking mindset considering literally everything works off of smartphones and computers now. So almost nobody could do their job without a computer or a smartphone. So great take, Scone.
Ole Miss, did they get in? Waiting on the ruling to see. There was a play at the goal line.
So the deal is, if you filmed it in that LED building, you could have space games, snow games, lava games. Think about it. How awesome would it be if you had it and it looked like you were on the moon playing basketball? Or even Mars? Think bigger?
I think he's going to be short. We'll see what the official ruling is here. But Kentucky leading by a score. Ole Miss at the goal line. I believe this was Jerry Ely who took the handoff. It's a big pile of humanity
that
right
looked
there at
short
the
to
goal
me.
line. But they ruled touchdown.
Oh.
But we're going to see if they go back and review it. There may not be.
Wait, did they rule touchdown because it says third and goal? Oh, because they have the points on the board. Never mind.
And Mark Stoops is back out on the field with his mask.
Mark, better watch out. You get your ass fined. Keep that mask up, as it says Peyton.
Oh, man.
With 3:17 left in the third, Virginia Tech is leading Duke 24-14.
Duke 0-3. Virginia Tech, just their second game of the season.
Another one of those 3-1 matchups.
Duke, put up a fight against Notre Dame in their opener, but they have just not been impressive since in any way.
No shocker. Best game of the day, the Wolfpack go to Pittsburgh, where it's notoriously hard to win. And Devin Leary gets it done in the end. NC State wins 30-29. Leary's fourth touchdown pass of the day with 20 seconds left gives NC State their first road-ranked win since 2017 at Florida State.
I don't think there's a single show in the country today, aside from what you just heard, that would label NC State Pitt as the game of the day.
Hey, it featured tons of lead changes, last-second drives from both teams. Pitt getting the big drive to get it done. Like I said, Leary gets it back, minute 40, no timeouts. He marches right down the
Clemson
field.
hosts Virginia tonight, and last night Wake Forest pounded Campbell 66-14.
Poor Campbell.
It is the
They're out here in the
Scoreboard show.
pandemic just 0-4, taking all comers, trying to make it happen.
It is the Scoreboard.
You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, isn't it?
It is the Scoreboard
Camels.
show presented by Home Bank.
I'm done.
Still waiting
You can go.
on the ruling
in
in the
that why
Ole
we're
Miss
stretching?
Kentucky game. They are going to say he's short. So it is now 4th and goal for Ole Miss. So they're going to take the touchdown off the board. I'm a little surprised they're taking the touchdown off the board. I mean, it looked like he was short, but I'm not sure we had indisputable video evidence. But
I thought it looked. I mean, I could see the argument for indisputable there.
So here is 4th and goal for the Rebs. They're going for it.
Uh-oh.
Option pitch.
Uh-oh.
And he is going to be stopped short. So Kentucky
That
will
ain't
take
it,
over
Chief.
at its own 2-yard line, maintaining a touchdown lead over Ole Miss. Big goal line stand there for the Wildcats defense. 28-21, Kentucky with a touchdown lead over Ole Miss. It is a Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact ServiceMaster Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Master Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
Here at the Big Squeezy, we continue to serve the Baton Rouge and Southeast Louisiana areas during these troubling times. We are dedicated to providing you healthy food items to help you live your best life. From our cold-pressed juices to our delicious smoothies, let the Big Squeezy keep you going. Stay active, stay happy, and let us help you stay healthy. Visit us at our locations and also inside of Alexander's and Mathern's grocery stores or online at thebigsqueezy.com.
Started making beer at home and immediately fell in love with it. After like the day of my first batch of brewing, I was already thinking, can I do this for a living?
Oh yeah, obsessed with it. He was totally consumed by it, and then looked at me one day and told me I was put on this earth to brew beer. And I was like, wow, that is such a bold statement. And if you can say that about anything, then you need to follow your dream and do it.
During these challenging times, we know your healthcare needs don't stop. Cancer, accidents, injuries, and heart disease are relentless. So we are relentlessly innovating to keep you safe, both virtually and in person, connecting you with providers remotely, advancing clinical spaces, providing rapid and accurate testing, social distancing, and certified cleaning protocols. We are Auctioner, and we will not slow down. Auctioner Health, innovating healthcare.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life. On 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
A&M's on the move. They are in the Alabama red zone, but really the only thing of interest now is if A&M's able to cover the 18.
Yeah. Alabama looks really good again this year, boys. Asterisk year. Like I said, though, nothing counts.
You know what is interesting about this game, though, and just to show how sometimes stats can be misleading, Texas A&M has put up 376 yards in this ballgame. Kellen Mond's thrown for 304. They've rushed it for 72.
Yeah.
Time of possession, A&M 33 minutes to 19 for Alabama.
Yeah.
Each team has just one turnover.
Alabama has very dynamic receivers.
Yet the score is 45-17.
Yeah. I think that's called having
it's
Jalen Waddle
man.
and Devontae Lee, Devontae Smith.
You just
and all those other guys,
the
dude.
linebacker for LSU.
No, I know. But they have Devontae. I mean, come on. Are we serious here?
They both went to A-Meet, too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, they're literally like 5 letters from being the same person.
Man. That's not even a good
You switch some
thing
letters
to
out.
say.
You move around here or there. I mean, they're both fast. Am I wrong there?
They are fast.
Thank you.
Waddle had an 87-yarder, and then John Mechie's had a 78-yard. Had their first score of the
I
game.
told you about
It's
Mechie's. You got to watch out for him.
What's his first name?
John. You just said it, you idiot. If you don't want me to know, don't say it.
Just making sure you were listening. All right, let's do a group of 5 scoreboard.
The Gulf Coast Bank College Football Scoreboard. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust Company. The bank that cares about you.
Do y'all think Kellen Mond will be this year's Joe Burrow?
The group of 5 is everything that's not the Power 5. Just so you know as you run through the
It's going to be
scores.
real hard to parse through these teams, but, I'm looking for like an 80% rate here. With 5:31 left in the fourth, the Bearcats look like they're going to cruise to 3-0 as number 15 Cincinnati's beating South Florida 28-7 at home.
Good, because I had Cincinnati laying the 20.
With 7:49
How much time was left in that game?
Then the South Florida, 5 minutes. So, you're looking good. South Florida does have the ball. With a little under 8 minutes to go, Memphis and SMU are in a dogfight here. We got it on the TV. Actually, 6 minutes to go. Looks like Memphis is punting, but it's currently knotted up at 27 apiece in Dallas. Is it in Dallas?
Yeah, it's in Dallas. Sonny Dykes has done a good job at SMU. For all the shortcomings he had at Cal, I mean, he did produce Jared Goff, who became a number 1 overall pick, but he's done a nice job at SMU. I mean, that at one point was a program coming off of their death penalty that for many years was just a doormat, almost a non-existent, laughable program. and he's done a reasonably good job there.
Yeah, Chad Morris
3-0 right now.
10 minutes left in the fourth
Morris
quarter.
got him rolling undoubtedly before he went to Clemson, but there's no doubt.
10 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Kansas State leading Texas Tech 24-21, but Texas Tech has the ball.
This is supposed to be the Group of 5 scoreboard.
Oh, I completely zoned out.
Told you
I'm just
Group of
going
5,
down the line here. There's a bunch of scores up here. Florida Atlantic beating Charlotte 21-10 with 1:57 left in the third. Bet you're really excited about that one. Glad I read it. Jacksonville State. Ooh. Not technically Group of 5, but we'll play it anyway. But Florida State has now taken the lead and has the ball. They lead 28-24 at the end of the third quarter there, so the dream may be dying, unfortunately.
I don't want to see that upset. I would like to see...
That's because you hate John Grass.
I would like to see...
I'm a Grass man.
I want to see Florida State be good because I need somebody in the ACC to challenge Clemson. Maybe it's Miami.
But not Florida. I mean, it's not going to be Florida State.
But look at the schools that have the resources to do it.
No, I get it, but it's not, though.
I've pointed the TV 4 times, and you're just not going to say it. So A&M did add a touchdown. It's 45-28, Alabama on top of Texas A&M.
You can speak up yourself.
Well, you're leading the scoreboard. I was deferring to you as being a good co-host.
Well, I don't know if you've paid attention to modern basketball at all, but it's kind of positionless now. You throw it around, you move it back and forth. You take a 3, I take a 3. Yeah, working with you sometimes. At halftime, the Hilltoppers are taking on Middle Tennessee. I don't know Middle Tennessee's mascot. Titans? Blue Raiders. Western Kentucky Hilltoppers and Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders are tied at 10 apiece. Both of these teams are winless.
Okay.
Sweet. How do you feel about Armed Forces football games, Matt?
I like it.
Because we got Navy at Air Force, a classic. Air Force's first game of the year. Yep. Navy's third. 3 minutes left in the first there, and Air Force leads 3-0. 3-0.
I don't have much on this game.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't either.
No, you're all good.
East Carolina lost to Georgia State. Georgia State, I mean, they couldn't handle America's team, but they look pretty good today as they roll 49-29. Okay, you know who, all sarcasm aside, is actually, good, is Coastal Carolina. The Chanticleers, man, they got a dynamic offense. They dominated Kansas earlier in the year. Today, I mean, we Arkansas State, their 1 wins against Kansas State. They beat them 52-23 today. How about their quarterback, G. McCall?
What's his name?
Grayson. 322 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 pick. He's a beast. G. McCall.
What's his jersey number?
13. Was all right? On the 13? I just took a shot there. I was like, Marino, maybe so. No, he's number 10. What are you going to do? Hey, but my Chanticleers take's correct, though. They're good.
They are good.
They're a good team.
They're good.
I love that mascot, too, man.
Stands in Tuscaloosa are really starting to empty out.
Is that a pandemic joke? Because they were already empty?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure if some of the people just... I didn't know if you were saying the few people that were there are leaving as well, or what the deal was exactly.
The blimp shots during the pandemic are just not really...
No, dude, they don't hit the same. They just don't hit the same, do they? UAB with a big win over the Roadrunners, 21-13. UAB defeats UTSA.
A little bummed I had UAB laying the points. It didn't cover.
Damn.
I know.
Hugh Freeze and company get their 3rd win of the season. Don't look now, but Jerry Falwell's horny self can't stop Liberty from winning. Liberty leading, or no, they won 28-7 over North Alabama.
Happy for Hugh Freeze. He'll get another big-time job soon.
Army with another great performance today. Rolls up Abilene Christian 55-23.
I like Army a lot, man. This is a really physical team. I was surprised.
Weren't we talking about them as an outside playoff team or something?
Well, it was.
They were going to be favored in every game?
If they had gotten past Cincinnati, and they lost to Cincinnati, so there goes that. They may still win every game heretofore, but
ipso facto, allegedly, undoubtedly, dubiously.
Are we done?
And at 6 p.m., Georgia Southern takes on UL Monroe. Monroe's 0-3. Georgia Southern's 20-point favorites. Tulsa, UCF in that 6:30 slot. Southern Mississippi, North Texas also in that slot. And then we got a couple games that have been postponed. And then last night, Wake Forest beat Campbell, 66-14. Oh, and BYU, the best Group of 5 team. Are they technically Group of 5 because they're conference list?
No, they count as a power. Well, for example, when LSU played BYU, that counted as their Power 5 non-conference opponent in 2017.
Okay,
So
well, never mind then.
I guess that's to each conference's own discretion.
But Louisiana Tech, 45-14.
All right, Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank. Alabama leading Texas A&M 45-24. The Aggies are, the Crimson Tide have the ball back. Mac Jones is still in the ball game, and Bama's got a 1st and 10 nearing midfield. Ole Miss and Kentucky check in?
Yeah, it looks like Ole Miss just scored. I don't know how much time's left on the clock, but the Lane Train tying it up at 28 apiece.
That's an interesting game for a lot of different reasons, but as we mentioned a bit ago, Ole Miss had the ball with a goal-to-go situation and went for it on 4th and goal and did not score. Kentucky came up with the goal line stand. Ole Miss has scored since the tied at 28. There's 13 and a half to play in the ball game. Kentucky has the ball at their own 25-yard line. We'll keep you up to date with that as it moves along. I don't know. I mean, obviously we're an SEC country and a lot of people are interested in the SEC, but I do find these games interesting because, especially if you're LSU, you have Ole Miss still to come on the schedule, and Kentucky's one of these teams that's trying to climb the rung in the SEC East on a day where Tennessee made a pretty big statement in the SEC East with the way they handled Missouri.
Don't look now, but it appears that Mac Jones has thrown another 65-yard touchdown, which if these stats I'm looking at now are old, which I believe they are.
Who caught it?
Should bump him up to, was that? Oh, that's Mechie. I mean, our guy. Right? I mean, it's Jay Mechie III. What a beast. But yeah, I think Mac Jones is going to be up to a 430 and 4 touchdowns now on 20 of 27 passes.
We just have to laugh.
So it's an asterisk year. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. We got a natty. We got like a Heisman last year. Super sweet. Remember all that? It was awesome. It's only a few months ago. It's back in January.
It is a rarity that Saban's teams score 50. They're at 52 right now, and especially in conference games. They really just
Mac Jones, he's feeling it, dude.
He held that follow through for a quick minute.
Yes, I mean that's like when you know the shot's going in basketball, you just keep that hand in the cookie jar. That's what I do too, because it's cookies. Speaking of, what happened to Erica's delicious gluten-free peanut butter, the M&M chocolate chippies? That she said that, she used to snag for us. Oh, man, I miss those.
So if she's listening right now, she's going to hear you say that.
No, I love you, Erica. You're good.
No.
You gave milk and everything. It was awesome.
You need to let me finish. And she's going to feel very sorry.
I know. I feel bad. I don't want to guilt her.
No, she'll be guilted.
Oh, well.
And she'll be like, oh, I'm so sorry, T-Bob lost my cookies. Oh, I got to go find that. Now she's going to run out and find cookies for next week.
Howard, your wife's cookies are delicious. Put the cookie down. See, I mean, you probably don't know where that's from, nerd. You know who Abilene Christian's coach is, but you can't name one of the premier Christmas movies out there.
Jingle All the Way.
Oh, okay. Look at him. Okay. I didn't think you were going to get it.
Scoreboard Show, presented by Home Bank.
Has anybody...
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust. WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
Hi, this is Chance Inman, President and Chief Operating Officer for Janney King Gulf Coast. Here are some ways to protect yourself and those around you from the coronavirus. Wash your hands often and thoroughly. Cover coughs and sneezes with your elbow. Disinfect high-touch surfaces regularly. Use non-contact methods for greeting others. And avoid touching your face. Following these steps, as well as social distancing, should help all of us stay healthy.
Janney King, the king of clean.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life, on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
So Ole Miss is on the move again. 8:48 to play in the ball game. Tied at 28. Ole Miss inside the Kentucky 5-yard line. Say quarterback draw by Matt Corral. He's going to be just short of the goal line, but this is a first and goal, so second and goal situation as Ole Miss trying to get the first win of the Lane Kiffin era. Again, 8.5 to play in the ball game in Lexington, tied at 28. Ole Miss, though, already.
Wait, did
he got through?
How did he get through there?
So it is a touchdown, Ole Miss. It looked like the runner was stopped right at the line of scrimmage. It was Connor, who then sort of plowed his way through and got into the end zone. So Ole Miss now leading 34-28 with the PAT pending with 8:23 to play in that ball game in Lexington.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, in Chestnut Hill, another interesting one we'll keep an eye on. Number 12, North Carolina, has a one-score lead. It's 24-16, so they lead by 8 with 4:17 to play in this ball game. The Boston College Eagles are trying to push for a score, potential tying score, but it's worth keeping an eye on because you have another ranked team playing an unranked team here, which at least it's in the tense moments, considering what's happening in Tuscaloosa, is not in any way interesting.
Money lines have been hitting this year. I just saw, so Jared Neely scores a touchdown for Ole Miss. Instead of
Connor.
getting, maybe it was, I don't know. I just, Ole Miss running back, I took a shot. So he scores a touchdown for Ole Miss. Then on the sideline, I'm looking for him to be handed the money bag, but instead he was handed a golden chain.
Mm-hmm. Is
the money bag only for turnovers, or did they get rid of the money bag after 1 week? It It was a little on the nose.
I have no idea.
It's a little on the nose to hand your college football players a bag of money when they make a big play, but I really respected it out of lane. I wonder if the higher-ups got to him already. Either way, Mississippi football, you're hot right now, and I like it.
A&M's made a quarterback change as well. I mean, this game is over. It's 52-24. Alabama leading Texas A&M with 2:01 to play in the ball game, and I'll have to get a roster because I do not know who number 13 for Texas A&M is that's playing right now.
You want to know something depressing? This is going to push Saban to 20-0 against his former assistants that he's coached.
Look, I think that stat. It maybe it's just me. I think that stat is a little overrated. Because, I mean, there's a lot of Derek Dooley, there's a lot of...
It's still, though, the thing is, anytime the numbers are getting that high of volume, it's like the Twins thing. Right now, obviously, the Twins thing is more extreme, but, you should trip and fall into someone beating them at some point, right? Like, somebody, even the Kirby Smart, it's just wild. It's just wild. 20-0. After today, though, as A&M throws a pick in the end zone, so this game will likely end, will end 52-24.
Haynes King is the Texas A&M freshman quarterback who got some action there and just threw a pick in the end zone.
Off with his head!
Thanks a lot, Haynes King. I was kind of open for a cover, you jerk.
I support democracy, not a monarchy.
I'll take a push, though. Really nice play by the defensive back to reel in that INT with the
Was it, though, or did he throw it directly?
Well, no, did you see the receiver all over his back?
Yeah, I know. I know.
Arm coming through. I mean, it was miserable.
It's not exactly where you want to place that football.
Give me your reaction to this Alabama-Texas A&M game. Are you more surprised by the 52 or the 24?
I'm surprised by literally nothing that I saw.
Okay.
Alabama has the best offensive and defensive lines, it looks like, in the SEC again. It's generally how they always win. And if you could protect Mac Jones, you knew he could ball. The only time he struggled last year, when you could get after him a little bit, which, I mean, Auburn did, right? But as you pointed out earlier, Auburn shouldn't be able to do that again this year. Like, who is going to pressure Mac Jones? Who are the premier pass rushes in the SEC right now? Because even Florida doesn't look like that good, right? Vanderbilt looked good last week.
LSU's got one.
Yeah, I was about to say, LSU's left. I mean, Cam Wire, big day for you.
Bro, Ali Gay is...
Oh, you mean, Ali Gay looked great.
That can pressure.
Sorry, I mean like team pass rush. Like, who's is it, because like how last year's Auburn was? Like, is there anybody, because like Florida's not that this year without Zuniga and Grenard and those guys, so... Georgia maybe. But Georgia's weird, right? Because even last year, Georgia's defense was incredible, but they didn't get sacks. Like, they weren't disrupted. They didn't get sacks. They didn't get TFLs. They just kept everything underneath, and except for Burrow. Wow, what a year. But yeah, I mean, look, Vandy had a good pass rush last week, though. And that's going to be, I would say, one of the keys to today's game.
35 minutes away from kickoff with LSU and Vanderbilt. We will get you our final thoughts on LSU Vandy coming up shortly, though. Let's grab our one more break, though. We'll come back. We'll do a top 25 scoreboard. We'll whip around the country, get you up to date with what's going on in active games, including North Carolina and Boston College. Boston College is on the move. They got first and goal here. Boston College is a touchdown, 2-point conversion away from tying North Carolina. They did have a holding penalty, so it's first and goal.
Wait, no, that had to be a 15-yarder, huh? Or something. Multiple things went wrong because it is first and goal from the 25.
Is that a fumble? The quarterback was hit, and as he was being slung to the ground, the ball sort of popped out.
It feels like grounding. Was there somebody in the area?
I don't know.
I mean, they might have second and goal from like the 40. I mean, they are going the wrong direction.
So Boston College, as we mentioned, touchdown, 2-point conversion away from tying this ballgame. They are in the red zone.
Big 3rd and 10 in Kentucky right now.
Kentucky does have the ball with under 8 to play, clock moving, trailing 35-28 at home to the Lane Train and Ole Miss, and Alabama's running out the clock. Also keeping an eye on SMU and Memphis, which looks like this looks like it could head to overtime. There's 41 seconds to play, but SMU has the ball around midfield trying to get into field goal range for a potential game winner. We'll keep you up to date with these as we come back. It is the Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate. WCK Foundation Repair. Support the home team.
When morning came to Louisiana, we were hopeful, not hibernating. We were mending fences, feeding neighbors, and holding our kids. When morning came to Louisiana, we were wide awake, planting seeds for next year's crops. We were stronger, ready for what's next. And together, as we build anew, Blue Cross stands ready to support you.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast Office Products.
T-Bob Hebert here with breaking news. Front-to-Back Boat Services is the shop to upgrade your boat tech this fall. With not one but two NMEA-certified techs, who better to install your Panoptic sonar, your HD displays. You want to see the fish under the water before you even cast? They have that. Trolling motor you could control with your iPhone? They have that. So what are you waiting for? Get into Front-to-Back Boat Services right now. Upgrade your boat tech. Make your boating dreams come true. Front-to-Back Boat Services.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
I've been doing business with Luba for 25 years. They're dependable, trustworthy. It's just the attention to detail with our clients.
Our folks have years and years of experience. They're highly trained professionals, but many companies have that asset. What I'd like to think makes Luba a bit different is that we use those talents in a way that truly is dedicated to serving the needs of the folks who depend on us.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
This is a house call. This is a follow-up appointment. This is a diabetes checkup. This isn't just more convenient care, it's more advanced care. This is innovating healthcare at Louisiana's #1 hospital, Ochsner.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
All right, we got a trio of games that are kind of meeting their climax right now. Kentucky trailing Ole Miss 35-28, 3.5 to play in this ballgame, but they are on the move. They're inside the Ole Miss 35-yard line, so we're keeping an eye on that. Boston College threw a touchdown pass, but a holding penalty negated it.
It was a crazy touchdown pass,
They've got the ball. Boston College has it first and goal. There are 58 seconds.
Wait, there's a new first and goal now.
Yeah. Because they just converted on a pass to the tight end.
Okay.
They're at the 7-yard line. Touchdown and 2-point conversion to tie number 12 North Carolina in this game in Chestnut Hill.
Though, right? Because they were already in a goal-to-go situation. I feel like they've been in a goal-to-go situation for like 5 minutes now.
And now SMU is lining up for what would be the game-winning field goal against number 25 Memphis. It's a 43-yarder. They did get one off center cut, but Memphis called a timeout. This one is drilled as well.
I mean, hell yeah, dude.
SMU and Sonny Dykes, 9 seconds to play. It looks like the Ponies are going to pull off the win against number 25, Memphis. This would be a really, really nice win for Sonny Dykes and his squad there, as it looks like SMU, now all they got to do is run at these final 9 seconds.
Boston College finally scored after like 30 minutes.
There were about 15 goal-to-go plays. Yeah. They were at the 8, went all the way back to the 20 or the 30.
It was like the 30 or 35, yeah.
Just keep throwing it up. Let the refs bail you out with flags. So
basically,
Boston College needs a 2-point conversion here to tie and theoretically send this game to overtime. Kentucky hits a deep shot down the left sideline. They have first and goal now against Ole Miss. This has been a really sort of frenetic finish to these afternoon games. Bama notwithstanding, as they pounded Texas A&M, but if you got it at 18 like I did, you're happy because it was a push.
Nice little slot here from this witching hour.
Yep.
See, there's Boston College 2-point conversion coming up. Shout out SMU getting done back-to-back. Talking about the snap the ball from the 3, and he'll get stood up.
All right, Terry Wilson stopped short. We'll keep you up to date with what goes on here in that Kentucky-Ole Miss game. Let's get you a top 25 scoreboard.
The Magnolia Bluffs Casino College Football Scoreboard. The Magnolia Bluffs Casino Hotel in Natchez. It's not what you play, it's who you play with.
All right, top 25 scoreboard. We just updated you on Boston College, North Carolina. They're in commercial right now.
We're waiting on the 2-point conversion.
Yep, still waiting there. Like we said, SMU looking like they're going to upset Memphis, 30-27. Number 2, Alabama needs number 13, Texas A&M 52-24. Number 3, Florida rolls South Carolina, 38-24. Number 9, Texas, the biggest upset of the day, falls to TCU, 33-31, top 10 team out. Number 15, Cincinnati holds serve against South Florida at home, 28-7. Number 17, Oklahoma State goes on the road to Kansas and wins 47-7.
Kentucky has punched it in, so they are a PAT away from being tied with Ole Miss.
Would you go for 2?
Not at home.
Okay.
Then again, do you want to give Ole Miss the ball with 2:04 to play? But then again, theoretically, you give them the ball either way, a field goal beats you. So I don't know that 2 does you any good. It doesn't end the game. It's not like there's. Yeah. It's not like it's a make or break. So I think
if it was a make or break, you could do it. But yeah, you just tie.
PAT is good, so they're tied at 35 with 2:04 to play. See if Stoops' Kentucky Wildcats can get a stop. I guess in this game, I don't know about you. I'm kind of pulling for Kentucky. I mean, I tend to pull for the East teams against the West.
Yeah, I guess I do kind of like the Mississippi football coach hype train right now.
I don't know what the line was in the North Carolina-Boston College game, but the 2-point attempt was intercepted and returned 100 yards. So North Carolina is going to beat Boston College 26-22. Someone get me a spread in that game, because that has Van Pelt bad beats written all over it if you lose on that. Like, if that was a 3-point spread, that is devastating.
All right, let's see. I got the Action Network brought up here. No, you're okay. It was Boston College catching 14.5.
Oh, okay, all right. So it didn't matter either way.
No,
it's just disappointing for BC as they were trying to upset North Carolina, but
game over. UNC survives.
UNC makes the play they need to. They do survive. Now we just keep an eye on Kentucky and Ole Miss.
Shout out Mac Brown. All right, back to the top 25 scoreboard. Tennessee, ranked 21st in the country, moves to 2-0, beating Missouri 35-12. Warren Tano. Number 24, Pitt falls at home to NC State 30-29. And then we get into games coming up tonight. Auburn, Georgia. Tulsa, UCF. Yeah, what do you want to say on Tulsa, UCF?
No, I was going to go.
You want to say something on Auburn, Georgia?
I mean, I figured we could do like a quick preview of each since we have time.
You know, it's a South Souls rivalry.
And there's nobody
deep South.
And there's nobody outside of those two fan bases that care about that game. Am I right? Like, do you think any college football fan in Idaho is sitting there going, God, I got to watch that Auburn-Georgia game because it's the deep South Soldiers rivalry?
If they love college football this year, I would say, yeah. I mean, you're looking for the big names of the big names.
I'll watch it because it's SEC football, and of course I'm in. My point is, this is one of the games, along with Alabama, Tennessee, why we have this absurd scheduling model in the SEC for something that literally nobody except those two fan bases
you
care
have
about.
you have an angle here, but I will say this. I mean, if you like college football, no matter the conference, this is at least 2 top 10 big brand names.
I'm all about
going
the game.
toe-to-toe.
I'm all about the game. I just
The rivalry as an entity, I kind of feel what you're saying.
It's absurd. Like, nobody cares.
But it does matter. I will say this, kind of growing up in that area, it does matter to the Auburn, Georgia
To them.
fans.
No, I know it does. That's what I'm saying. Outside of those two
Do
fan
people
bases.
care about
nobody-
LSU, Florida outside of our
No.
fan bases?
No.
God, and I hate Florida, though. I think I hate it more than anybody. Nah, I hate Alabama the most.
Do you care about Missouri and Kansas?
Yeah. The Missouri River's oldest rivalry. That's what they call it.
Anyway, I do like Georgia in this ball game tonight. I just think Georgia's better on both lines of scrimmage. I know there's this angle that people think Auburn is ready to go win this game, and maybe they will. I think Georgia's defense is much better.
Yeah.
Georgia still has more athletes. When you got a receiver like George Pickens, that's a difference maker. I'd like Georgia in this ball game, and I think they cover the 7.5.
Well, you're in agreement there. So,
Okay.
by the way, Kentucky just kicks off to Ole Miss. Ole Miss will get the ball about their 20-yard line. 2 minutes left. Lane Kiffin can corral and company. Huge spot here early on for Kiff and the Bears.
The Rebel Black Bears?
Yeah, is that still where they are?
Or the Land Sharks?
Ah, shoot. They changed it to Land Sharks, didn't they?
The defense is they have a shark and a mascot.
Yeah. I still think they should have gone more Street Shark. Like, no jersey on the shark, just like an 8-pack and like super broad shoulders, but that's just me. At 6:30 tonight, Arkansas. You remember Street Sharks? Paul, you remember Street Sharks? Biker Mice from Mars? Dang. Arkansas at Mississippi State tonight. Number 16, Mississippi State. How about it? Ranked above
I'm actually really.
LSU.
Actually, they should be ranked ahead of LSU. They beat the crap out of LSU last week. They should be ranked ahead.
Yeah, but LSU's better. See how that's done? That's really easy. You just say it, and then you just believe it. And then you go on Twitter, and you just say these things. No, they should. I mean, I
really
need Mike
hope-
Leach to roll tonight. I need Mike Leach to roll tonight if he doesn't.
I want the opposite. I want
You want chaos.
I want Arkansas to beat Mississippi
That's
State.
what I'm saying.
Because
you're like the Joker. You just want to watch the world burn.
A little bit of that, but really what I want is what I've said all along with respect to the Mississippi schools. The SEC needs its doormats, and I need what happened last week in Baton Rouge to be a complete, total, abject anomaly. I don't need Mississippi State establishing themselves like when Hugh Freeze was at Ole Miss winning double-digit games and going to the Sugar Bowl. I don't need that in my life.
Yeah.
I need them to be 3-9. That's what I need in my life.
Do you smell wings?
You mean my dinner from Pluckers
Yeah.
that I bought?
You got me. Thanks, bro. Would you give me a Cheech and Chong? They're really tasty.
I get such a bad rap around here, but all I do is give. My wife even texted she's going to get you cookies for next week.
I know, she's great.
Bring you cookies. I'll
Erica's
bring
great.
dinner to feed the whole crew. And all I get from you is grief.
I got something I can give you later tonight.
All right.
At 6:39, number 18, Oklahoma, up in Ames. It is wings. I knew it. Never doubt the fat man's nose.
You knew we were ordering them.
Yeah, but I could
If you
smell when they arrived.
If you smelled food, you knew what you were smelling.
No, I know. What I
smelled
mean
it
is I
5 minutes
smelled that the
ago.
food was here. Number 18, Oklahoma, traveling to Ames for Iowa State again. I mean, I know I'm supposed to care. Find it tough, too.
Game's about to start. It's a 6 o'clock kick.
It's not 6:30. Okay.
That's at 6. Yeah, they just. Well,
it says 6:30
it says
on here.
6:30. Maybe it is. The teams just were just. Maybe it is 6:30. Yeah, they were just on the field there though at Oklahoma, Iowa State. So it must have been going through warm-ups.
LSU at Vandy.
I like Oklahoma in that game. I think under Lincoln Riley, we've seen Oklahoma lose every year, but they always bounce back. I think that holds true here as well. Too much offense.
Rattler.
Too much offense.
Too much offense.
Too much offense.
Too much offense.
Too much.
How much?
Too much.
Oh, wow.
Win
Never
and
thought
cover.
about it that way.
Line 7.5. Win and cover.
LSU Vandy at 6:30. I guess we're going to get into that
Yeah,
next. And then at 7 tonight, I mean, what is this? Just like the weekly watch Clemson stomp a team?
Clemson only played 2
this
games.
week since Virginia.
We haven't seen. Clemson beat Wake Forest, the Citadel, and they've been off for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So,
I guess I mean not even just this year, just like eternally in the ACC.
the big one is next week. Next week, Clemson, Miami.
Okay.
That's at Clemson, but I think you have legit reason to be excited. Miami, after stomping Florida State, is going to have 2 weeks to get ready for that game. I think that's one where I can probably look and say, hey, man, maybe an ACC team can bow up and give Clemson a game and push them, and I think this is the one. I don't think I've seen Notre Dame play enough this year. Notre Dame, I don't think, has the athletes to run with Clemson this year. I know there's a lot of Notre Dame hype. I just don't see it this year. I think there have been teams in the past at Notre Dame that might have been able to hang. I don't think this is one of them.
There's Notre Dame hype for the same reason that a pinprick of light shines out brighter in the infinite void. You're looking for any symbol of hope in that ACC that somebody will challenge Clemson.
But Miami, I think, is legitimate.
Okay.
Miami with
so you are. Okay.
Well, Miami with De'Aaron King gives you an element.
Oh, and Rhett Lashley.
It gives you an element that Miami certainly hasn't had and that you really haven't seen in the ACC outside of.
Hey, guess what? Emil brought me deodorant. My dude.
Outside.
I did kind of stink. When I smelled myself earlier, I just didn't want to admit it. So I hate when you're right, but I will actually give you credit.
And because I brought food?
Yeah, I told you thank you. Okay, what do you want me to do?
No.
What do you want me to do?
I just feel like you're just saying that now because I brought food.
No, but that is the way to my heart. Through the stomach.
I think Miami could legitimately challenge Clemson. Their defense is very good. They were good a year ago. I think Manny Diaz is a defensive-minded coach. I think they have enough athletes. And, yes, on the offensive side of the ball, having a quarterback like De'Aaron King gives them an element that they have not had and I think seldom have had in the ACC. Can you name another great ACC quarterback in the last 5 years?
Oh, wow. Emil's saying Mitch Trubisky.
Mitch Trubisky was not a great ACC quarterback.
No, when he was drafted so high.
He was a combine wonder, and look how that's gone.
You know what, though?
He played 1 year.
But every now and then the combine wonders work out, dude. Because look at Josh Allen. I would have never thought that Josh Allen would be any good.
But Josh Allen did play a lot of football in college. But Trubisky played 1 year.
Yeah, that's true.
1 year.
But Josh Allen's a lot of football wasn't good.
One very average year at North Carolina.
I'm having a package thrown in my face. Joseph, I'm excited to figure out what that is.
Before this goes off the
Ian
rails,
Book played for Notre Dame.
He's there now.
But they weren't in the ACC.
He's there now.
Oh, all right, look at me. He's still there.
All right.
What a quarterback. I call him book smart.
All right, we'll knock out our final break.
He knows
Come
the
back,
playbook.
give you a preview of LSU and Vandy. 16 minutes till kickoff in Nashville. Looking forward to that. Meanwhile, Ole Miss, I believe at 4th and 1, Matt Corral's off the field. I think they're going to punt to Kentucky with 42 seconds left. So this game could well be headed to overtime. But we'll keep you up to date with that as well as we move through this final little bit here. It is the Scoreboard Show presented by Home Bank.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is a local bank with a straightforward philosophy.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
Participating in our community with annual local fundraisers. Offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as the bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
This isn't just another day. It's so much more. Kelly's life was put on hold when her auctioneer primary care doctor discovered a rare blood disorder. Her doctor connected her to an auctioneer care team of cancer, heart, and kidney specialists. With multiple primary care locations around Baton Rouge, same-day appointments, and online scheduling, we're relentless about keeping you healthy. Auctioneer Baton Rouge, innovating healthcare for Kelly.
At All-Star Toyota, you get it all. If you're in the market for an all-new Toyota vehicle, come see our friendly and knowledgeable sales team at All-Star Toyota. Located in Baton Rouge at the corner of Airline and Goodwood, we've been serving our community since 2005 by offering a large selection of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs. Get behind the wheel of your dream car and take a test drive at All-Star Toyota today.
To all of our heroes working on the front lines of this COVID-19 pandemic, your bravery and selflessness represent the very best of us, and we want to say thank you. I'm asking everyone around the state to join me in celebrating the heroism of our healthcare professionals on the 19th of every month at 1900 hours, that's 7 p.m. Write a note of appreciation, make plans to donate to charitable organizations, or say a prayer. To learn more, visit 19thanks.org. Thank you, and God bless.
ServiceMaster Elite create clean, disinfected work environments. As a local business, we take pride in serving the New Orleans and Baton Rouge areas. Our cleaning protocols follow CDC and OSHA standards for healthcare settings, offices, senior living, restaurants, and industrial plants. Contact Service Master Elite to get your operation ready for reopening with germ disinfection cleaning. Service Master Elite, the trusted choice in professional cleaning since 1996.
Here at the Big Squeezy, we continue to serve the Baton Rouge and Southeast Louisiana areas during these troubling times. We are dedicated to providing you healthy food items to help you live your best life. From our cold-pressed juices to our delicious smoothies, let the Big Squeezy keep you going. Stay active, stay happy, and let us help you stay healthy. Visit us at our locations and also inside of Alexander's and Methern's grocery stores or online at thebigsqueezy.com.
Started making beer at home and immediately fell in love with it. After like the day of my first batch of brewing, I was already thinking, can I do this for a living?
Oh yeah, obsessed with it. He was totally consumed by it, and then looked at me one day and told me I was put on this earth to brew beer. And I was like, wow, that is such a bold statement. And if you can say that about anything, then you need to follow your dream and do it.
During these challenging times, we know your healthcare needs don't stop. Cancer, accidents, injuries, and heart disease are relentless. So we are relentlessly innovating to keep you safe, both virtually and in person, connecting you with providers remotely, advancing clinical spaces, providing rapid and accurate testing, social distancing, and certified cleaning protocols. We are Auctioner, and we will not slow down.
The 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge Scoreboard, presented by Home Bank. Good for business, good for life, on 104.5 ESPN Baton Rouge.
All right, wrap it up. Scoreboard show presented by Home Bank. Eventful day of college football.
Good day.
Had one top 10 team go down, another ranked team go down with number 25 Memphis losing at home to SMU, or losing on the road to SMU.
You forgot about the biggest one of the day.
And NC State and Pitt, of course. Pitt, number 24 Pittsburgh losing at home to NC State by a point, 30-29. This is worth obviously mentioning because it's relevant here. LSU and Vanderbilt are supposed to be on the SEC network, and Ole Miss and Kentucky are presently on the SEC network going to overtime. Jeez. And normally they might move that to the SEC network alternate channel. However, Mississippi State and Arkansas tonight is on the SEC network alternate channel. So LSU and Vanderbilt, the kickoff is going to be somewhere else.
I don't know. I'm on Hulu. I'm on my Hulu Live right now looking for it. I have not found it yet.
It's either going to be on, I would assume, ESPN3, or sometimes they'll kick to ESPN News. So we'll let you know as soon as we know where the game is going to start. But unless if somehow the Ole Miss-Kentucky game ends in 10 minutes, it's going to start somewhere other than the SEC network. So
put it on the Ocho.
Ole Miss and Kentucky headed to overtime, tied at 35. We'll keep you up to date with how that goes. All right, LSU and Vanderbilt. If you're LSU and you're coming off the worst loss in
Detroit.
So, well, that's certainly worst defensive performance in the history of the SEC. If you ever needed to get right, Vanderbilt is about as good as it comes.
Yeah, I would say so. So I'll let you begin, or unless you want me to start. Like, what do you want to see out of the team? If we're assuming a win, what do you need to see within that win?
Yeah, I don't think Vanderbilt offensively is good.
The defense is going to kick ass today.
Vanderbilt's playing a freshman quarterback in Ken Seals. They have one really big physical receiver. His name is Abdurrahman. He's 6'4", 220.
I know about him.
He had scored a touchdown last week. I think maybe 7 catches, 80 yards there.
Yeah, something like that. Like 7 catches, 80 yards, somewhere around there in that neighborhood.
That's Derek Stingley's assignment, obviously. I don't know that there's anything else on that offense from Vanderbilt that worries you. There isn't a schematic or physical advantage that Vanderbilt has. I'm not trying to be like completely dismissive, but I think we understand what LSU's facing. It's Vanderbilt. They don't recruit the type of athlete. Like last year, Vanderbilt had 2 Sunday guys on their team. We knew Keyshawn Vaughn, the running back, and Kalijah Lipscomb, the receiver.
They still have a good tight end?
No, he's gone too.
Oh.
So that's 3. So they had 3 Sunday guys a year ago. They're all gone. I don't know that they have any on this team. So LSU's defense is going to look more whole. You're going to get Jaquelin Roy some reps this week, Ed said, which I think it will be good to see. You get Stingley back, more guys in their natural position. I think this will look much, well, it would have to look much better defensively.
So even if you want to play that same thing as you did last week, it should work far, far better against Vandy.
What I want to see, I want to see Miles Brennan be more decisive. The thing that was, of course, the pass defense last week sucked, but the thing that was most disappointing for me was Miles Brennan was
That's
so
a fair
timid.
angle.
Like,
That's a fair
It's
angle.
like, man, you waited 4 years. You waited 4 years for your opportunity.
I don't love
Sling the ball. I would rather him be borderline reckless with the football.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
And then, hey, we know you're excited. Tone it back a little. Be more. But Miles Brennan, you ask anyone around there, he knows the offense. He knows not only his job, but he knows the routes. He knows the running back's job, every lineman's job. He knows what to do. He knows where to go with the football. He's got the arm. He's got the side. You just got to go. You've got to be more aggressive.
That's where I kind of think that, and I know the only thing I push back a little bit on is the 4 years thing, because I know that's a long time, but your first start is still your first start in a lot of ways. And I know he's even played before in games, but like, I guess I'm just speaking from my personal experience where, I'm in the program for 3 years before I get my first start, and I was still super, super green around the gills at first.
I totally understand that. I'm not saying he should be a finished
So I'm just
product.
saying I hope that I see that improvement this week. Like, I hope that I see him, because you started to see it in the second half a little bit. Not as what you would have wanted. But I think the key there was they started to give him that run support. Started to run the ball a bit more on first down, a little more 50-50. It seemed like they tried to do the exact same play calling kind of, oh, wow. Kentucky just missed an extra point in overtime, up 41-35. So this game may end sooner than we had thought if Kiffin and company could score. Wow. Unreal, dude. Okay, what do we got? 2 minutes? Look, I want LSU today to do the opposite of what Seattle's doing. Don't let Miles cook. He's not ready to be a head chef yet. He's a line cook right now.
By the
Give him
way,
a little more help on first down.
I had Kentucky minus 6.5.
You're a loser either way. I love that. Let's go. I think LSU. I think they take care of business. But like I said, take a little bit of pressure off Miles. He was excellent in the play action specifically last week, and then yes, from him personally, obviously decisiveness, getting rid of the ball would be priority number one. Cody Worsham laid out all the numbers. He held onto the ball far too long. It's a bad beat.
That sucks.
I don't know. What did they get, like a pick six or something, right? Or like if they get like no, they won't be going for 2. What if they block the extra point and return it?
I either need a pick six or I need a missed extra point from Ole Miss. Then that goes into a second overtime, and then Kentucky gets a stop. But if they get a stop, then they're just going to kick a field goal and win.
I think you lost.
So, all right, give me a thought. Final here, LSU and Vanderbilt. What do you think?
I mean, if we're going score, I think it's like 40, something like 14, maybe. I mean, I think they wreck Vanderbilt.
Okay. I said 38-16. I still think LSU defensively is thin, and they're going to give up plays, and I think maybe even late in the game. This shouldn't be a game.
The aggression worked better than people realized last week. The aggression didn't damn you. It was your style of coverage. So at the end, you were rushing 4 a lot of times, but you were still playing press man. So I do like the aggression. I'd like to see that carry forward, sacks, turnovers, all that.
All
Ollie
right,
Gay.
LSU.
Ollie Gay. Super hyped to see him tonight.
Enjoy him, bro. You got him for 9 more games.
I mean, if he plays like that, dude, absolutely. He's huge.
Dude may opt out
He's
of this.
so big.
Dude may opt out after
why
the Bears.
couldn't he get a holding call last week? I don't want to be that guy.
Are you a licensed contractor? There's lots of good contractors in Louisiana doing work the right way, but unfortunately, too many unlicensed contractors are working outside the licensing requirements. Working as a contractor in Louisiana requires a license for the company doing the work. The Louisiana State Licensing Board for Contractors wants to help you get licensed to allow you to conduct work legally. It's not difficult to get the license. We can help you. Go to lacontractor.org for more information. Licensed contractors, it's the law.
Gulf Coast Office Products is a nationally recognized Savin office equipment dealer based right here in Louisiana. Over 100 employees strong, Gulf Coast has the boots on the ground to support all vertical markets, from education, engineering, legal, and finance. With the latest in office technology, from desktop to production segment units, Gulf Coast and Savin have the perfect fit for you. Call 225-756-2644. That's 756-2644 for Gulf Coast office products.
Foundation failure is common in South Louisiana, and that's why homeowners here turn to a local company they can trust, WCK Foundation Repair.
WCK is the only company that specializes in drilled piers, the ideal solution for Louisiana's unique soil conditions. WCK is locally owned and operated by a group of professionals with years of experience.
Learn more about the signs of foundation failure on WCKFoundationRepair.com. Call for a free estimate.